Hello! Hello, hello, hello! How's everyone doing? Let's get this stream started. I see there's already quite a few people in the chat. I am also noticing my webcam is a little low because the chat is up there, so I need to look up to see what the chat's saying. But let's start with this. I was supposed to do some main and scale stuff, but I last minute pulled the plug. The main layout is ready, but not, meaning that there's a loop running, but there's nothing else. So instead of not having anything interesting to do there, with not even scenery, at least a mini layout has scenery, I figured we'd do this. So let's go through the chat, and I might not look at you guys, but I may, depending on the length of the cable of this camera, I may move the camera up to the screen. Alright, let's go through the chat. So I'm seeing Josh arrived first. I don't know how well you're hearing me. Let me know if it's too low. I completely changed the computer setup and I'm finally on my desktop, which runs great, but I'm still experimenting on stuff. So, hi Josh. The zebra stripe will have a chance later tonight. Hello Ken, hello Raven, hello Kevin, hello Colleen, hello Distracted Engineering. Hi George. Yes, I did reply to you on your comment. I'll let you go look at that. Just making sure I'm not missing anyone. Hi Mustache Mike. Hi UP, Triple Mainline Tracks. Hi Lars. Just making sure. Hi Mustache Mike. Can you send me that through some ways? Maybe email? I did not even know VRL had. I know they had E units. Well, excuse me. They had I knew about the E8As, and I knew about FB unit, like F whatever B unit. I didn't know they had EB units, so send me that picture. I actually really want to see this. Perfect. Thank you, Josh. Jeff here. Okay, I'll call you Jeff if my brain doesn't fart on that one. All right, so the image seems clear. I will actually move the webcam because I thought it would be fine where it is, but no, I want to see you guys. You will see my mess, unfortunately, but that's a risk I'm willing to take. Yeah, you're seeing that mess, which I'm not a fan of. Well, whatever. Is it better or worse to see that mess instead of... hi George, again. So, let's start with something smooth. I do have scene selections, so we can see through specific areas. I forgot to correct the colors of this one. And I really like that scene. So we will be able to go through stuff. Hi Polizzi. That's the one I wanted to see. Oh boy. It was a little too warm. Yeah, this is better, I think. Alright. So, okay. This should be a little better. The difference in color in between... No, I really don't like looking up there. Even though that's where my camera is. I need to find a way to clip it under the screen so I can look at the bottom of the screen where I'm actually going to look. Yeah, let's move it down again and find a way to make it a decent height. Because it's annoying right now. Is this gonna work? I know you guys are looking at me like, what is he doing again? But I promise I'm doing this to improve the stream. It's off to the side, but the idea works. Which is half the battle, I guess, having an idea that works. That's already better. Not perfect, but better. There you go. So, too low. Don't fall, please. There you go. Alright, so that's already better. I'm still not looking at the camera when I'm looking at the screen, but it's better than, you know, how low it was. So, let's get it started. And I will not even have that open the entire time. I will remove that one once in a while when we're focusing on the trains. Also, to probably everyone's surprise, we will have a guest later tonight. Everything is set up, and we will enjoy having a guest towards the end of the stream, toward the second half, I guess, of the stream. We will have a guest and just hang out with that person. He's someone you guys know. No, it's not Dave. I don't want anyone to get too excited. But it's someone that we all have chatted before, and that is a very nice person. So I figured, since that person reached out to me and offered, I was like, why not? And we will see a surprise guest at the later half, at the second half. So I hope the camera angles are fine. Like I said, I will be looking down and back up at the camera. Raven, I think I'm gonna say who it is now, so that people don't, I don't want to make people think it's gonna be one person and it's not. It's gonna be Jason, actually. Surprise. I didn't talk to Jim about it. We didn't plan, but me and Jason have been talking a lot about stuff. So, Jason is going to join me on the stream later, and we'll just have a chat, and it'll be like, basically we'll be chatting, me and him directly, but we will not ignore the chat. We will absolutely focus on the chat, but being two sets of eyes on the chat is going to be better than one. So I figured it would be fun. I didn't want to, how do I say this? I didn't want to ruin the surprise early, but at the same time I figured by letting people guess if they expect someone and it's not, I don't want to disappoint them. So Jason, which is a great person I've been talking to recently, I figured could be a great addition to the stream. If I will not promise guests every stream, but I will definitely include guests once in a while, because like I said, it's going to help with focusing on the chat if we're both looking at it, and it might bring some other discussions that we can have during the streams. So yeah, for the hi Mark. So for the first change of rolling stock, I know we're just starting the stream, or it's not even 10 minutes in, I'm aware, but I'm trying to plan ahead so that it goes smoothly. At 9 we will change, and we will run hi Jim, we will run the DCC, what is it called, zebra stripe, so the CN-F7. We have someone here, Josh, who really likes, yeah, I'm trying to plan ahead, Jim. Yeah, it's surprising. Josh really likes them, and so do I. And since I don't want to switch from DCC to DC right now, we will run the F7, the CN-F7, which is going to be nice. And we will also run the well, why am I saying, and we will also, so yeah, we will run the F7. We'll clear the track to make sure it has a space to run, but we will run the F7. A lot of people like me love the F7, so that's going to be nice. And we also have, it's also going to fill the request for that. So for that change, we're going to run that one on the inside loop. That means I have I have an open spot for the outside loop, and I'm thinking the via rail, unless anyone has any objection to that. So that's nice, Josh. Thank you very much. So Jim, part of the planning was also that the second half of the stream, we will have a guest, and apparently I already have a request to have you later. How do I say this? I will have a guest that's not you, that's Jason, to the stream later, and apparently you will be one of the following guests if you want to be on. So, alright, Mustache Mike, I will look into that, and I will have to find one. That's gonna be the harder part, finding a model of the B unit of the... I need to look and share it to you guys. Mike! A 65 engine is an F unit. So, what I can do, I actually can find an F. If I can find an F7B or F9B unit, I'll put it in behind. Or was that the steam generator? No, it's not the steam generator. Yep. That's the F unit. I would be honored, as I'm not worthy. You're worthy of being under my my layout. So, but yes, I do want a B unit, or at least a second A unit. Hi, Kevin Pecruel. So yes, there's absolutely going to be a B unit. Well, absolutely going to be. I will definitely be on the lookout for a via rail B unit because I really like those. Like I like everything via rail, so there's that. Also, I'm worthy of a closet, Raven. Well, at least he can stand up properly. You know, like to me. But yeah, but Mustache Mike, I do think it would be a nice addition to have a B unit onto into that train. Even if it's a F unit, it's still gonna be a B unit. In a glorified closet. Karen, I'm going to a train show this coming Saturday, February 14th at the Florida. Nice! I'm too far to go along and join you, but at least if anyone's close to it, it's nice to know that there is a train show there and you could meet them. I wanted to get confined into the kitchen by the fridge if it ever... Why does everyone wants to be with in my house at this point? I'm gonna start charging rent for people being in my house. I'm sorry there, but if everyone wants to be here, they'll pay for that. And no, you cannot be paid into running train. They cannot pay into bringing train. Actually, bringing over trains could pay for stuff. So you know what? If you're staying here, you're either paying me or getting me trains. Let's put it that way. And if you're in the kitchen, actually the kitchen is reserved to me because I love to cook myself. So that's my spot. You can be by the fridge, which is in between the kitchen and the dining room, but no kitchen. Hi, Paul. Eli has undergrad. If you want to paint, oh boy, I do not have painting skills. I do not have painting skills. I think that would be a case of me paying a talented person to do so, because that's, yeah, that's gonna be rough if I do it myself. Or another option that I did think, if I find another, well, two other shells of E8s, regular E8s, I could cut off the cab and put the end of another one. If I find like two broken ones, I could make one with those. That could be an idea. Trying to think. That's a hard task for me thinking. Alright, so what's next? Other than that, we could run some slot cars. I mean, we have a camera right on it, and we do have the track ready, so we could do that. Who wants to see slot cars? I know Russ is not here yet, but we could always post meets getting back on track. Let's see. Nice! That's gonna be nice, Josh. So yeah, is there anyone who wants to see a specific car run, or semi, if you want, because that track can? Slot cars, slot cars, slot cars. Alright. Jim, because he talks the way he does, I will not let him choose what we run. Alright, let's get into it. I will turn off my little cam. That could be an option. I think I'm just gonna end up buying a second A unit and just be very happy with that. So let's turn off my face cam that I call, and let's go to the slot car track. Well, you need to say which one you want to run, but I'm pretty sure you want a semi, and I know you want a steam engine, Raven, but that's a different story. That's gonna come tonight, though. You will see the steam engine run. That you will. Just making sure that the sound's good. Yep. Okay, you can hear it. Alright, let's work that stuff in. Dump truck. Alright, Raven. That can be arranged. That can very be arranged, actually. You don't know it probably, but you're doing me a favor because I haven't ran the slot cars in a week, and that dump truck cleans the tracks and it has more contact, so it's actually better. It's easier to run, so you're actually doing me a big favor by asking for this. Thank you. Hi, Great Northern. Hi, Funky Old Man. Oh. Something happened. Hi, Christopher Mondone. Of course, Vincent is here. He's asking for trouble. Raven, stop putting your own trains down. They were freaking great. You got a great selection right there. I know, but they're still great model. You can still, like, a quick cleanup if they're great. They're not anything bad. And also, one of the two sets of VRL that I got was dirty, and I'm just cleaning them. So it's, you got a great set there. so what is Great Northern saying? Made my initial foray in N-Scale yesterday. Picked up a ton of a Kato Super Chief set. This is a gorgeous set. The chat is running away from me. A bunch of extra track and a bunch of engines and cars. That sounds like a big haul, actually. That sounds great. They are. No, though. Are you talking about your setup or mine? Because my setup are 1/64. They're not 2 scale, but close enough. They are Hot Wheel size. Oh. Alright, Raven. Jim's voice is as good as a beluga's voice. Oh. Let's run something else that has a little bit more flashiness. Let's see how good the low light will work on this computer. Not bad. Not bad at all. Alright, it's almost time to switch up the RDC. Let's get ready for the equipment switch up, which means actually quite a few switching operations, which is fun. Actually, I like it. All right, since I'm back for a little while, so the RDC is gonna come down the line and get parked into the siding, and I just moved the camera by accident. And will it stay on again? That's bad. Whoops. Is this? No, this is not fine. There you go. Not good enough. Alright, so, slot cars down. No, slot cars break. And not break as in broken, break as in we're taking a break from it. Let's send the RDC down. HO trains, yep, Daniel. It wasn't planned, but the N scale is still too much in construction to do a stream with it. So instead of having a not as nice stream, I decided to do HO scale and come back to it later, another time. Oh boy. I did not put enough speed in the RDC, so I will have to go the other way around. That's fine. It's just more train running. Hi, Surfix a lot. Yep, I am. Hi, Eli. We will we'll do, like I said, a little bit of switching because I like doing it, and I think the angles are going to be more than half decent for it. So that's going to be great. And then we will run the requested F7. I might just buffering for Daniel or for everyone because I haven't my broadcast output says it's fine on my side, but you know, YouTube can be YouTube. So let me know if I'm buffering for anyone else. Maybe it's just because I'm in Canada, the internet is cold here. I may just be freezing the internet everywhere. Canadian internet is used to the cold, but not American internet. Just put a rail yard in my layout. Yeah, gotta be careful. As long as there's tracks, or not a track, but as long as there's, what is it called? Well, there's a layout to go to at the end. You should be good, honestly. Why are you being fussy right now? Nope, and I bumped the camera again. This is a temporary installation, and it shows. Now that I know, you just look buff to some people. Thank you. I will take that as a compliment. I'm not sure if it is, but I will. Alright, so this is out of the way. We will more dispatch this one, connect to the steamer. Not that we will run it now, but we need to move it out of the way. So, well, it's gonna move. It's gotta move. Switching time, exactly. And it forgot one car. It forgot a car. Come on. Come on, buddy. You can do better than that. I may have to get up and move it manually, though. Or couple it manually. No, it got it. Nice. We're good. So the steamer will come back later tonight. Like I said, I'm just moving it right now so that I can get the F7 out. And once the F7 is out, then we'll be able to run the whole train. That steamer is really nice, though. We will run it after the F7 for sure. Actually, we'll bring it closer. Nice, Raven. Alright. Oh, hi, Caboose. Did not see you get in. Okay. What is that blue car by the CN Hopper? Oh, that is my Procore Rapido blue car. It's this one. I took it off because it was a little heavy to pull up the hill and I wanted an easy stream tonight. There's nothing wrong with it, it's just heavy. Oh no, the steam's coming back, Raven. Don't worry about it. I'm just moving it around so I can move it. I can get the train out. It's gonna come back later for its actual run. You're not missing it. You haven't missed it yet. You know, we need to do some switching. Switching time. I know it wasn't for me when he said that, but I liked it. Alright, let's bring this one in. C702. So we're gonna run that over there. Okay, let's move it forward. Alright, let's fix my turnouts. Alright, so this is ready for later. Hi, Blockhead. Alright. I feel like I missed someone else coming in. Oh, okay, perfect. Let's bring it over here because I want to make sure the couplers... Oh, hi, Kenton! Saw that she didn't... What? Why did she stop? I saw she didn't stream this week. I hope all is good. track may be dirty back there. I cleaned some section of track recently, but not that section. So I wouldn't be surprised if the... I am not sure. He must be busy, honestly. He... So yeah, this engine has, this train has some coupler issues. So time, yeah, that could be a very big, very logical possibility, quite frankly. You should. Yeah, I don't have a 3D printer that does foam and an alcohol-resistant plastic. But I have a track cleaning car. It's not the same as manually cleaning it yourself. There's no track cleaning that there's no cars that will do as good as manual hand cleaning. So instead of fighting it, I'll just do it manually. Alright, so let's run this one at a decent speed, and track cleaning. Let's turn off this camera and go clean that track. The Titty Track 9000, yeah? The tracks have been cleaned and polished. Caboose breakaway. Oh, thank you. It's gonna push it back to me. The F unit was pushing its caboose because the couplers are not in great shape on that car. It's that simple. Well, and now I lost 3 cars. Damn it. Alright. And of course you're in the way. Alright. Hi, Jersey Bill. Welcome to the Madness stream. We're not doing anything mad. I'm just having a lot of couplers issues. Because I'm too cheap to buy new couplers. And there's no other excuse. I will actually bag the steamer a little bit. Yeah, oh, it lost its caboose again. Coupler therapy. Yeah, I will need to find, I will need to stop being a cheapie and buy a big box of couplers. And just finally replace all of them. Of course, it's always when the other one comes by that I can't put the caboose on, that it's, you know, going on. Always that way. Nice, Eli. Raven, that's a problem I wish I had. I will be that person at one point in my life, just not today. I might be cheap, but I'm not a thief. I would not steal your stuff, Raven. I appreciate it, but I would not steal your stuff. This curve. There we go. Let's try the other way around. 4 away from... Yeah. I'm hoping that I'll get it tonight, honestly. Hey, Kev. Peace. Alright, I wish you good luck. Easy S-Lock cars. I wish you good luck. Oh, give. Oh. Thank you, Raven. I mean, if it wasn't from shipping or being so far away, I'd gladly take it. Yeah, hide your stuff from me. If I like it, I might take it. It lost the caboose the first curve. Okay, well, I guess we're gonna run a different caboose because I want a caboose, but this one's not cooperating tonight. There are alternatives. I don't have to have that one. Yeah, shipping is just madness, honestly. Canadian shipping in general. That's been what's preventing me from shipping to certain people's stuff that I have. Not that I don't want to share, but because it's just too expensive to ship. I mean, Eli, both. Clearly both. I have both. Oh, right. That's what I wanted to do. Change the... Not change, but move the steamer. Back a little. Yes. Perfect. It's... No, she... Oh! You say that, but I've seen a lot of listings that are $10 shipping and $5 shipping on eBay that are $25 to $30 shipping in Canada minimum. Yeah, that's... Oh! You got something from across the border, I see. I hope UPS didn't scam you again, but I think I know... I think I know what you got, Raven. I think I have an idea. If it's what I think, at least it's a very exciting thing. Hi, Drew. I let you... You say that... it's Jeff, I think. UP. I think it's Jeff. But he used a lot of them on his trains. So, I wouldn't be surprised if he has very few left. My memory serves me correct for once. Nice. So it was Jeff. Side note, for those of you who watched my unboxing this week and I know I talked about having lights in my cars, that some of them had lights, some of them did not. If you saw the last clip, because I know that video was getting long, you'll probably notice that there's a lot more lights in my cars, but they're still two different shades. The reason for that is that turns out every single one of those cars were lit, but there's a I'll turn on my camera so that you can see me and see what I'm talking about. So every single one of those cars had a lighting kit, but two of them had defective bulbs. The two were out. I have the same. Yeah, the couplers are just finicky. So those light kits from Kato have this little L bracket with a bulb hidden and a light distribution thing. Two of them either blew out very quickly because these are old incandescent bulbs. Either blew out very quickly or never worked. I moved around the lights so that at least all the longer cars with full interior would have the lights, and the two without lights would be my short baggage cars that don't have windows. Well, they have two small ones. But I do need to find a set of four of these, but the LED version, the modern version, because I'm not a fan of the unequal lighting, but that doesn't matter as much to me. The biggest problem to me is that the incandescent light bulbs, the ones that work for a long time, has the plastic has turned black because it runs so warm. Like, it really runs warm. And I don't want issues with my cars, and I absolutely do not want my cars to melt. So, the idea is to find the LED, these are the incandescent, and every single car that you see with the very yellow colored lights in them are the incandescent. So these are, that's why I need the LED. I do believe they are trash. They're really not as good. They light late. They throw a lot of heat, but I'm stuck with them until I buy a new one. I did not contact Kato this time about this, but I've contacted them 3 separate times on very different occasions about parts, and they never reply to me. I don't know why they just don't like me, but they do not. So that's an unfortunate problem. I've seen a lot of kits with LEDs out there for different cars. I'm honestly thinking of just buying those kits because the difference between each kit is the light distribution bar up top. But I don't need it because I already have it. So as long as I have the proper one of those, my bad, the L bracket with the light in, I'm good, right? So I'll buy the cheapest one, whichever it is, as long as it's the LED version. And I don't want to switch them to LED strip lighting because the light distribution works really well and it's soft enough. It's the perfect shape, and it's a lot of work for something that already works fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with the light with an LED strip or soldering lights in there, but this just works and it looks nice. So yeah, I just wanted the pre-made kit from Kato for this. The LED may not light in one direction, burn out without resistor, or not work forward. What, every single one of them will burn up, Jim? No, I'm not doing that. Jersey Bill, you're right. If I do go ahead and put LEDs myself in there, I do what I did in the Amtrak cars, which is add a bridge rectifier for the direction, a capacitor for flickering lights. These don't have a capacitor, even the LED ones, so those flicks no matter what. And also a resistor on the chain going to the LED. So it fixes all three of the issues there, but it's still like a contraption that takes a lot of space, and with that interior in there, I don't want to spend too much time on it. I just want it to work, and buying the pre-made kit is going to do that. I usually go for the cheaper option, but since I already have a big part of the group set with the proper kit, I'm just going to keep the theme going for these cars. Every single other car will do the manual version with regular LED, a resistor, a bridge rectifier, and a capacitor. But these ones, since most of them already have the kit, I'll just go ahead and get the same kit. Yep, true, Jeff. True. So that's the update on that set. That's why it's a little different in the last video, the last clip of the video. If you've seen it, if you have not, you should go back and see it because it looks much better with all the lights set properly and the wheels clean, because some of them were not turning on in the initial video simply because the wheels were too dirty. I just cleaned the wheels on the cars and the pickup worked right away. So that's a good thing, but yeah. So I want my water. Talking so much makes me thirsty for water. Alright, it's almost time to switch another train. We will switch the CN over there for the V-Rail, because why not? I don't have any specific reason. I just want to run that. Or no, we could run the CP Rail. Cursing wheels, yeah. So, actually, chat, do you want to see the modern CP Rail, or do you want to see the modern VIA Rail? Let me know which one you want to see. The gray and red is a CP Rail, Daniel. We will run it later, though. VIA is my vote. Alright. Suggestion for Windows. Older CP Rail. Suggestion for Windows. So 2 for VIA Rail. Alright. The Windows thing, I've seen people use the clear plastic protector and glue it behind, just like you do in a building. It doesn't fill the whole gap like the inserts do, but it's better not having any window. So just having a piece of clear plastic glued around, like the windows from kits, you know, it's just a clear sheet of plastic and you just glue it on in the back. So the one that's not VIA. So the CP rail is not an option. It's modern CP rail or the because those are synced for the hill. It's either the modern CP rail or the modern Via. So I think it's 2-to-1 right now, because no 2 CP. No, same one. So I'm gonna go through the chat and make sure if you voted twice that it doesn't count twice. So Via CP. Mall for modern. Yeah, but that's all of the options, Jersey Bill. So right now it's 2-to-1 for the Via. So let's see what the chat says. I'll give it a minute or there's 3 minutes left before we change. So Via. Okay, 3 Via. Perfect. Now, if we're going with Via, yeah, Mustache Mike, that's not wrong. There's a lot of clear plastic in that set. Jersey Bill, that's true, but wait, who's the second CP? Hi, RWC Toyman, now 3-3. CP though, the 3 were the same person. That's why I said 1. I will say 3-to-1 Via Rail, and I mean the CP Rail will run eventually tonight, so that's not the issue. Hey, thank you very much. Shipping fun, everyone subscribe to. Thank you very much. Now, and why did the text disappear so quickly? All right, at least you saw your name come up. All right, let's park the CN and find a space for the freight cars, because I may or may not have somehow filled up all the space for freight. Shoot, I will have to take some off the track, which I don't like to do. I guess it's not an option. Thank you very much, Sir Fix-a-Lot. I will definitely use that money towards getting shipping finally some of the stuff that I want to ship. All right, so 2463. Let's actually reverse it to see how much I need to take off. But Daniel, that's the whole point. IKEA, Via, and as you talk to Dave stuff, not in a few days actually. We were supposed to collab last week, and I got really busy. Turns out a vacation is not a vacation when you start doing stuff around the house. So I will take the blame on that one. I didn't reach out. It was on me for the shipping slush. Thank you very much, Mustache Mike. That text is the only one that doesn't last long enough. I will have to fix that, but that is fixable. I will. So yeah, I didn't talk to Dave since. I am also very much looking forward. The last video helped a lot, so I will keep doing these types of videos, which is getting new stuff. So like, who doesn't like having new stuff, right? But yeah, I didn't, and then I got back to work, so I didn't have time. So I will say it's on me for not talking to Dave, but I have unfortunately not been able to contact him other than last week's stream. Alright, so I need to remove two. I can fit those somewhere. Do I? Yeah, I could. So I will actually do some more switching, because that's always fun. 9162. Let's stop it at the bridge there. Hi, Ward. I didn't see you come in somehow. But thank you both very much for the donation. I'm excited about this. Holy moly. The trains will run around for sure. Alright. So, now let's do a bit of switching. So I'm going to have to ship a lot of trains to a lot of people now. More trains than I planned to ship. That's going to be... Alright, so the steamer... If I want to back that train there, I need to move the steamer out of the way. Which... That's going to be fun. Hi, Eugene! Alright, let's move the switch over there. So that there's no derailments. You started something, Sir Fix-A-Lot. I appreciate it, but I didn't expect it. I very much appreciate it, but I did not expect that at all. Alright, so 5702. Let's do some switching. Let's reverse it so that there's enough space. Let's, Hi, Jim Carlson. Oh no, FOMO for the shipping. You guys, I'm gonna have to ship something to the US just to say I've done it. At this point, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna ship myself some stuff. I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get some couplers finally. I will be able to do a coupler therapy. Alright, so I hope this is enough space for... I'll back it up a bit more. I'd rather have more space. They would... Alright, let's move the CN up to the track. 2463. Jason, you're not wrong. Oops, sorry. You are not wrong, but keep in mind HO scale is not as hard to install than building an N-scale coupler like Microtrain makes you do. So, coupler funds. You guys are way too generous, but I'll definitely buy some couplers with that now. Definitely. I will ship what I have to ship to someone, and then I will get some couplers, and we'll see what happens. I'm excited now to ship it. Tonight has been wild, actually. I'm really not used to this, so it's fun, but I don't know how to react properly. I really want you guys to know I appreciate it, but I don't want to dwell on that. So it's like receiving money in a birthday card, where you want to read the message so you don't look like you're just looking at the money. Alright. So, I have to move all of my stuff a bit because I'm missing 2 cars in space. Alright, so let's move. Thank you very much, Raven. 9162. Let's move it forward. Turnouts have been fixed for that one. This is... Alrighty. The baby sent it. Ah, okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So this is enough space for sure. Now let's back up the steamer. 5702. Better ship with all this. It will ship for sure. Oh man. You guys are crazy. Like I said, it's gonna be shipping and coupler therapy. Or coupler madness, depending on who you're asking. And what scale you're working on. Alright, so 2463. Let's move that one forward. I feel guilty. Jim, you already... You guys are crazy! Yeah, well, that's what one thing I can do. I can absolutely... I can buy food for Jim now. But you better not tell Dave when you go back to his dungeon. If I feed you, you keep it quiet, because we don't want trouble with Dave. Oh, nice, Jason. That's good. You guys will see... you guys will see the... you won't see me shipping it, but you will see who will open it when that person gets it, and then you will definitely see me do some coupler therapy. We're all a bit guilty. You guys need to stop. Alright, now let's drop off that train. I know it's blocking, actually, yeah, I don't want to block the entire thing. Alright. I don't want to foul the switch over there, and I have a spot for that one. And all of this switching is just to put the V-rail on without taking the cars off the track. So I might be a little crazy about that part. And I know it doesn't hurt anything to lift them up and put them to the side of the track, but I personally like to do switching like if it was real. Oh, you can break me all you want that way. Breaking me with crowdfunding, I'll take it. I'll break out in pieces. That doesn't matter. Mustache Mike? Nope. I am not. I am not doing that. Alright. Making sure I'm not hitting anything. Should be good, should be good. And that's close to the track, but it's not hitting. Perfect. Now, I have the clearance to bring the CN on the siding where V-rail is. 2463. Let's back you up. All the switches are aligned. Alright, Mustache Mike. So that one's going to stay there. We'll flip the switch for the V-rail, and we'll run that one. Alright. More dispatch. Alright, now let's clean up the inner loop to run the zebra stripe again, because I said we would run it for a longer time. Well, I'm glad you do. You just got your own yard, so you'll be able to do switching yourself, Josh. All right, let's 5702. Let's see if it passes through. I think it should, but let's see. Yep, it's fine. I'm glad you do, Colleen. That's the same exact one as I had as a kid. It's not the one I had as a kid. The cars behind are, but the loco isn't. But at least it's the same model, so that's why I'm very happy to have it. And it was a gift from my girlfriend for my birthday last year, 2024, I think. Not sure, somewhere around there. So it has double sentimental value. And like I said, it's not done running. We're just, I was just switching stuff around. That's fine, perfect. Now, we will flip that switch over there, so there's no derailment. And yes, I'm cheating with this. There we go. I need to, switch my, to add a switch motor to that one. 57, no, it's going to be 916. Let's move it forward. Oh, ice cream is good. I'm not a big fan of ice cream, but ice cream is good. I need to change a diaper. Let's not think of chocolate ice cream when you do so, because that's not the same thing. This sounds like adult movie music. I need to mute my loco to hear it properly. 908. I may understand what you mean, and I will not comment on where I know that from. Thank you very much, Colleen. I do love my Via Rail. And every time I complained that it was picky, turns out it was my track that was dirty. I cleaned the track on most spots. That's why it's running fine. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I thought that I complained to you about you. It's not you. Thank you very much, Surfix a lot. Alright, Raven, have fun with the diapers. So, almost spent 15 minutes doing some switching, so I hope it wasn't too boring for you guys and gals. We will be waiting. Yes, we will. Let's stop every train to make sure that we wait for Raven. So the steamer is next. Alright, Jason, no problem. So the steamer is next for the next train. Is going to be on the inside loop. Then for the outside loop, we will run the old CP rail. And for the equipment that it's pulling, we're going to do something a little different. We're going to use the rotary snowplow and just run it around the layout for fun. That way, the request will be fulfilled, and I will be able to enjoy something that I really like, don't run often. Figures it's a win-win situation. I really need to do some scenery on the around the slot car track. It's a big area, but it could look really nice. I just really want to work on the end scale stuff. Like, I really want to work on that. So, for the next portion, for the next few minutes, we're going to take it slow, and then we're going to go ahead and do a much simpler change, which is just going to park the zebra stripe in the inner loop, like the... I still don't have a name for that. The inner loop is where the zebra stripe is running, but also where the steamer is parked. I don't have a name. I've called it multiple things, but I haven't found a name for the track that goes through the middle there. Yeah, thank you. So, Josh, the idea behind that bridge, and this might be a little far-fetched, but the idea behind that bridge is, you know, do you remember the, well, have you watched the movie Unstoppable? Let's start with there. Oh, I lost a viewer when I said Unstoppable, so that means a lot. But yeah, if you watch Unstoppable, at the... No, sorry for the spoiler, but at the end of the movie, there's a big steel bridge that goes straight across and then has a tight curve in it. I needed a bridge in a curve, and I figured that was a perfect example of what to do and what to build, and also what not to do when you drive the train on top of it with the movie, you know. But yeah, the idea here with the switch on the bridge at the beginning where there's the split around, I will not torture Jim. I will just not feed him. Two different things. It is a big locomotive. The only thing is, the first thing I thought they could have done is what they actually did in real life, instead of, you know, crashing another train to try to catch up to it. When they were literally attached to that train, they could have just, like, they were attached in front of the loco. They could have just walked into the loco and shut it off at the first step. But no, they decided to try to block it, and then... Like, that's the only thing I got a little bit mad about, is they had a very simple solution already fixed. Like, they could have solved it, and they didn't. But yeah. To come back to the movie, the idea here was, since a curved bridge, I knew it existed, there's a lot out there, but a curved steel bridge exists. I wanted to use that as an example for the, for why I made a curved bridge. So, I hope it makes sense for people. Alright, so, 9:50. I don't need to prepare anything for the next switch, so I'm good. You know what? Let's run a few laps of the slot cars since since I have the time for it. Let's turn off the pace game. And let's go run some slot cars a bit. Loose cannon job. Daniel, I'm still undecided. I will, talk a little bit loud. They did not confirm yet if they have a drawbar or not. And as long as I don't know if they do, and if they, I will not make a decision. To me, so yeah, to me, the decision will be made if I buy the steamer or not, if they have a drawbar between the tender and the loco. If they don't have a drawbar, I will not. If they do, I will. They haven't released any plan or confirmation if there is or not. So for that reason, I'm not deciding as long as I don't have the official answer. I will, but I don't think they'll answer me until when it's released. So that's why I'm not sure. Oh, I will email them, but I doubt they'll answer me until it's released. Hi, Dougler. Sorry, I didn't see your message from afar. So Josh, you might not see it well on the camera. Oh, my bad. You might not see it well on the camera, but there's actually 2 rails on the slot car track that provides power to the cars. And the controller controls is basically a transformer that controls how much power goes into the rail. That was quick. Sure. let's change the cars. The train now. Oh, well, tell him happy birthday, him or her, happy birthday from me. Let's stop the train, Nice. Alright. Is Raven around? Because we're running the steamer. And if Raven misses it, he'll be very disappointed. Surfix a lot, your explanation is spot on and it has not changed a single bit. Hi Big Dale Jr. fan, no worries, I'm just glad to have you here. There's a race in the curve, and the V-Rail is winning. You missed a few trains. You missed the Blue Devil, the CN Blue Devil. You just missed the Zebra. And what was the first? Oh, you missed the RDC. But there's plenty more where that came from. He should be back soon. If he's not there right now, he should be back soon. I know, so that's the only unfortunate part about time zones. I will turn on my camera for this. So yeah, that's the only unfortunate part about time zones. To me, I'm starting at a pretty, like, it's not late, but it's not early either. You know, 8:30 at night is, it's at night. And I finish at 12:30, like at midnight, past midnight. Which is getting pretty late, but for a lot of people here who are further on the west coast of me, well, to them it's super early, right? I start around dinner time, and then I finish at 8:30 for certain people here, right? So, it's kind of the only unfortunate part about this is how late it has to be for me when I start my stream, when I finish my stream, if I want to be able to get everyone from the west coast. I'm trying to be as open for the, so yeah, that's, I misread that message, Jim. I thought you said you would rather eat me than watch me. I was like, what the hell is that? But no, that's the only unfortunate part with the time zones, is that it's hard to get everyone. But at least I think I'm getting a good amount of people by doing doing the stream at least 4 hours. And I don't do 4 hours for you guys to be here 4 hours. I appreciate those who stayed, but I'm expecting people to be busy and be here for an hour, half an hour, even just a few minutes, but you get to come in and watch a bit and then leave at any point in time of the night of the stream, right? I don't do 4 hours to run for people to be there 4 hours. I do 4 hours so people have time to come in and leave. So I hope that makes sense. Oh yeah, I'm glad that everyone's here. Hi Matthew. Matthew, let's not talk about what we talked today, if you know what I mean. Let's keep it a surprise. Yeah, well, at this point, it's almost late for them in Japan the next day. What time is it in Japan right now? Let's see what time it is in Tokyo. I'm very curious now. What time is it in Tokyo? It's almost lunchtime in Tokyo right now. And I'm sure... Is New Zealand more... New Zealand... Yeah, New Zealand's even further away, ahead. It's 3 p.m. It's almost dinner time in Australia, in New Zealand, which is not the same thing as Australia. I know that. So yeah, that's the funny part. To them, it's almost the weekend's almost over. It's 3 p.m. on Sunday. So 3 p.m. on Sunday in New Zealand. All right, no problem, Ward. They're real quick. Customer service is closed on Sunday. The Dougler, there's something about katsukuri that I just can't stop eating. So. Oh, Raven! Yes, you're back. I'm running the steamer. I wanted to make sure you didn't miss it. It's on for another 20 minutes. So. So Matthew, anything new on your layout or streams or whatever? Any new idea? Hi Drew, I don't remember saying hi to you earlier, so I don't know if I missed you. Sorry about that if I did. Asian food is just better taste and health-wise, it is top-notch. Like, it tastes amazing and it's pretty healthy most of the time. But there's some North American food that is not healthy at all that is excellent. But honestly, for all the Asian food, if we can pinpoint, to me, my favorite Asian food is Korean barbecue. There's authentic Korean barbecue place near the train shop that I go to, and it's just incredible. It's a must stop every time I go in that city, and it's not a chain, so I can't recommend it to anyone who's not in Moncton or near Moncton, but Korean barbecue has my heart. So yeah, poutine, yeah, that's the unhealthy thing that is above everything, Kali. No running, no running, no problem, Josh. You know I love that engine, so it's not really a big task to ask me for it. But yeah, to me, Korean barbecue is top notch. It's not too spicy, so it doesn't hurt your stomach. Even though I really love spicy stuff, my stomach stopped agreeing with it recently. Stomach burns. But It's not too spicy. It's very flavory. It's well cooked. It's fast. It's just perfect. And then we have a Vietnamese restaurant in my town that tastes amazing. A little spicier, but food is again amazing. Simple ingredients, always well done. Couldn't be happier. Yeah, I got. Yeah, Korean barbecue is great. So the place I go to. That's fair, Matthew. So yeah, the place I go to for the few that know where Moncton is and are in like planning a trip there or whatever, it's Monsu Korean barbecue. It's authentic Korean barbecue by Koreans, and it just tastes something else. Yes, you are correct, just in line. Oh yes, so it's not sweet potatoes, it's yam, but they have tempura yam there, which yam is very close to sweet potatoes. They do slices of yam and put it in tempura and batter it in tempura and fry it. It is insanely good, and they have a sweet sauce with that. That's just, I just want thing. I just want it now. That in their dish. Oh. I should. Do you have any Sioux lines? No, I do not, unfortunately. I do want one to complement the CP, the whole CP thing, because CP Rail has a lot of Sioux line stuff. I have a Sioux line freight car, a boxcar. I love the foreign food channel. Look, I have actually 2 Sioux line cars, one boxcar and one gondola, but I don't have any locos yet. Look, Jim, I really love food in general, and so far, I've tried not as much as I wish I could say of food, exotic foods, and I mean authentic exotic food. Like, I do not count Taco Bell as Mexican food. It's not Mexican food. And my favorite thing at my local Mexican restaurant is a Mexican poutine, so it's not authentic at all. Like, I'm aware. Oh, right. I haven't seen him in a little while. You need to... I have one in N scale, Douglas. So, that one, that exact model, actually, I will show you. Sushi, I worked at a not so authentic sushi place for a while as a teenager, and I got tired of it pretty quick. It's not the best. Like, it's good, but I'm over it. So I have this tri-window Sioux SD60M, which I really like. Like, I love it. But since I have it in N scale, I don't intend to buy one in HO scale. Plus, these big engines takes a lot of space on the layout. I'm more looking at a GP unit, the white with the red nose. That's what I'm looking for. Oh, of course. Dirty track in the tunnel, of course, where it's harder to clean. That would be nice, Josh. That would absolutely be nice. I cleaned a little bit of the tunnel. I don't know if I cleaned the right spot, but at least I tried. I've never had Laotian food. I've never had any, so I wish I could try it, but I never had any. So. And of course, we all know the Canadian Chinese food, which is really good, but not authentic at all. I do eat that at least once a week. I've never... I can't say I remember trying Filipino food. Authentic one anyways. I cannot recall Filipino food. I've seen quite a few items on their menu which looks amazing, but I can't say I've personally tried it. So, let's have fun following a train around. Well, now they're both not in the same spot, so... Oh, a different spot that's dirty. Oh, another spot that's dirty. Well, come on there. That means you'll have a break soon. Oh, wrong spot. This one. Okay, well, the loco might be dirty. Yeah, the loco is dirty in this one. Alright, let's park the Via Rail and put on the CP Rail rotary snowplow with the old style locomotive. I just need to move this one out of the way. I mean, there's multiple track cleaner cars out there, but the problem is they can't never get enough pressure while going, or the amount of weight required to keep enough pressure would be too heavy to go up any climbs, making it impossible to work with. So it's a bit of a problem there. So that is clean. I will move those out of the way. I don't think I have any other option other than taking them off the track at this point, unfortunately. Dispatch 2463. Let's bring it closer so I can take them off here. I hope you weren't comparing my size when I was too close to the camera trying to fix stuff. And have the size, I mean, I'm still 6 foot, so I'm not the smallest guy. Why am I looking so... I made the mistake. Alright, let's take off that train. Nope, nope, don't go away. Don't go away. You see how well it rolled? Justin, he unfortunately was not able to stream last night. He had other engagement. I'm assuming. I think he said he had other engagement in his post. I'm not sure, but he posted he couldn't do it last night. All right, so let's put the requested locomotive. Where is my gondola? Right. More of this trash. So this one is 8205. All right. It was a private stream just for you, Jersey Bill. Is that what it is? I'm sure you talked. Thank you very much, Justin Line. I do find it very awesome. I really like it. Those cars are something else, and the loco is just beautiful. I really had a sweet spot for that loco. That one, and like I said, the 6644, which is the next one, are two of my favorite two of my favorite locos, and I really like it. And the passenger train is just beyond me. It's beautiful. So, Josh, yes, the VRL Loco gets its wheel dirtier, like dirty quicker than most. I've noticed that my Athearn stuff gets dirty quicker and is more sensitive to dirty track than the rest of my stuff. It's not a problematic, it's just what it is. I don't know why. I think they use a different metal for the wheels. Yeah, Surf, yes, I know. I love the engine, and I was very happy, but I think I should have gotten them in two separate orders, because the engine got underappreciated because of how much I wanted those cars. Those passenger cars were the biggest and best purchase I've done on the... Hi Rail Pig, I hope you're in the stream. But yeah, these were by far the biggest purchase and best purchase I've done in years. They run incredibly smooth, they look amazing, they have full interior lights. You can't ask for more. So, yeah, it's just... The only thing it needs, which is something I will be able to do, is passengers in the cars. And I think it's in the comments. I think, yeah, it's in the comments, and it's Sir Fix-A-Lot that mentioned it. He's like, I hope passengers will keep their feet, and as I said, I can't make any promises for the feet, but I do know that a few passengers will be standing up in that train, and those will keep their feet. I will try. If they fit in height, I will. If they don't, their feet are getting cut off because I want to see their body, their full body in there. But yeah, these are incredible. That was why I wanted to run N-Scale tonight again, is simply because of those trains. But the half of the Via Rail worked on the tiny N-Scale, but I didn't want to do 2 weekends in a row of that one, and there's not enough built on the main N-Scale yet. It will be, when I order couplers, I will also order more stuff to continue working on the N-Scale stuff, so that's going to be a much easier and better, how do I say this? It's going to be just a much better experience when we're streaming off of that one. There will be an update video filmed this week, though. I'm at a point where I need to do an update, and I will need to keep working on it, and I will film myself working on it, because I don't like just updates of me talking. I like when I see people work on stuff. That includes myself. It feels more complete, so that's part of the plan. My dual bug driver is missing from the belly button down. I think I'm misunderstanding your sentence. I'm not sure where the belly button of a dual bug is. Dual bug driver. Oh, wow, never mind. I understand clearly what you meant. My dual bugs driver is missing from the belly button. Yeah, I get it now. Yep, it makes sense. Never mind. Well, yeah, that might happen to many of my passengers. Thank you very much, Sir Fix-A-Lot. My biggest trick for anyone, if they're wondering, would be to rewatch your video as if it was not your video. Watch it and think, imagine it's someone else presenting the video and be like, okay, but what would you have done better? Like, what do you like and what do you not like when you watch a training video? What's missing? What should be done more? What's overdone? That's usually what I try to think when I make my own videos. I'm rewatching them as if they are someone else's video, and when I'm done watching them, like, okay, what did I feel like it was missing? What did I feel like was too much? That's usually how I try to go about it. So, this steamer is a rock star. Like, that little steamer is a rock star in terms of how well it runs. That's why you're being problematic with the position. There you go. Already better. You want more cowbell? Did I have that shirt on that video? No, I did not. But I do have a shirt that says that. And it's only partially related to the SNL clip. It's from a mountain biking park that had a trail called More Cowbell. So, yes, yes, Sir Fix-A-Lot, but most of my watches are in the editing software while I'm editing it. So, unfortunately, they don't count because I'm fixing my stuff. Hi, Jorg. Gisareno? Oh my god, my English is so bad right now. I'm sure a lot of people are currently laughing at my pronunciation. Oh, you're Rail Pig. Okay, yes, sorry. Yeah, the YouTube decided to not show the actual name and show this instead. But hi and welcome, Rail Pig. I hope you enjoy the stream and the videos if you do happen to watch them. That means I should be one closer to this famous 600. Now I'm curious. Let's go see. Can I open my screen from here? Let's open my channel from here just to see if I'm one closer to the your channel. I am too closer. We're 2 away. We will be getting... So, Surfix a lot. We know he's subscribed when he's in when he's chatting, because I did put the rule that you need to be subscribed to chat. I did not put a minimum time because some people don't want to wait, and I get it. But I did put the subscriber requirement. I figured since if you want to participate and it's a free thing to subscribe, I could put the requirement. I thought it was a fair requirement. So yes, he is, and he's Pig Rail, Rail Pig, sorry. So welcome to the channel. Yeah, me neither, Surfix a lot. I don't like to wait for these things, so I don't put a timer, but I do put the subscribe required. It helps the channel, but it also prevents a lot of spammers. You know those bots that just spam stuff? A lot of them don't have the function to subscribe before, so that saves me from having those in the chat. So it's a win-win situation. Alright, so Kevin can be... can subscribers be colored? I am not sure how... I know that Dave, the reason there's colors on subscribers is because those are members. I'm part of the members. And the blue ones are the moderators. So I think it's the green one for the colors. Hi, James. Yes, I do. So, for the colors, for the subscribers, since you all are subscribers, you're all in gray, and you need to be members, which I could, but I did not activate, because I don't have any content that would be, if I could, I would let you, but I'm not aware of it. So, James, to answer your question, I do have 3 favorite places, but the thing is, I'm Canadian, so those places are Canadian. If you are not in Canada, I think asking someone else in the chat would be a better option. Can you let me know which country you're from? I don't want to know your exact address because I want to respect your privacy, but I do need your country to be able to recommend you something. US? Okay. Since you're in the US, I will let people in the chat recommend places, because unfortunately, the only few times I've ordered from the US were through eBay. I've never actually ordered anything from a store in the US because I don't want to pay the import fees. It's that simple. The few times on eBay is because it was something very specific. But if people in the chat could let them know where their favorite place they buy, because I know there's quite a few stores online in the States, and even in person, depending on where you are, but I just don't know by heart. So, most everything are from eBay. Okay. Train World, I've heard. Lombard Hobby, I've heard. Train Shows is always an amazing place. That's regardless of where you are. I said hi. James Everson. Nice one, Jim. Good job. But yeah, Lombard Hobby. I've heard of that name. Never ordered. So does Train World. What other place that I've heard? I know there's Trains with a Z, but I've heard some unlucky stories from there because they resell estate sales, and sometimes the item is not in the condition they thought it was. Midwest Hobby, thank you. Spring Creek, Midwest Yankee, perfect. Good to know, Justin, thank you. I think the best thing is to shop around, not just one. Used and new are two very different things as well. I heard that. So I love to shop at Other Valley Railroad, OVR Trains. That's an Ontario place. They have very low prices. I've heard that they do have a lot of American customers because, yeah, there's import fees, but they have discounts, and the Canadian to US conversion is really good for Americans, so it makes it competitive anyways. So just to let you know, that's an option. Hi, Blind Railroader. Hi there. I used to live in New Brunswick and then Fredericton, New Brunswick, St. John, and then Fredericton. Moved back to Ontario 9 years ago. Oh, really? OVR has plenty of HO. Actually, it's their main, like the main scale they carry, and they carry a lot of N scale, but it's mainly HO scale that they do. Hi, having good times? I can send a link to OVR. I don't mind sending the link on my side. Like I said, it's an amazing place, and it's hobby shops like these are not, are hard to, they have a hard time surviving, so I will definitely encourage them before encouraging any corporate place like Amazon. So OVR, Trains, it's funny how it it has multiple links of me shopping there on my computer. Who is surprised by that? Copy link. Like, I'm not saying to never buy from Amazon. I'm just saying that if there's a hobby shop that has the same item or at least similar for a similar price, I'll even pay up to 5 to 10% more from a local hobby shop compared to Amazon just to encourage these guys. Because those have way more knowledge, way better customer service, just overall plain better. And put it this way, if you're spending money at a local shop, locally owned, you're helping a kid go to a soccer event or go to, I don't know, have a family activity, right? But if you're spending money at Amazon, all you're helping is helping Jeff Bezos buying his 7th yacht or whatever. So, to me, local businesses do have an advantage. And since I'm comfortable enough that I can spend up to 10% more on certain items, especially hobby stuff because it's not a necessity, to a local business, I will. And there is a somewhat local hobby shop, which is Trevor's Trains in Moncton. They have a lot of stuff. They have my business whenever I go there. I've ordered my last trains directly from them. But I also encourage other hobby shops because I like to encourage multiple, and if a local hobby shop has better price than another one, there's nothing wrong with going with the other local one. You know, they're still both local. I bought one order for another one, damaged and had to refund it. Yeah, exactly. I'm lucky enough to be close to Tiny Railroads in Niagara Falls. Great store. I've heard a lot of great things from Tiny Railroads. Never been there, and I don't know if they have a website, so I've never shopped from there. So that is true, Mustache Mike. It is true if they have their own store. In Canada, not a lot of companies have their own stores. It's often third-party resellers, but random guys and gals that have their own stuff. So unfortunately, it's not a locomotive prices are good, but how is the DC starter set $700? I would need to know which set it is, because there's some ridiculous sets and there's some collector's items. And if it's O gauge, it would be normal. It would be a discount instead of 100. So, do you have a model number or something, Douglas? Also, keep in mind, those are Canadian dollar prices, so everything is higher. Keep that one in mind. Amazon is... Yes. That is a good way to search for stuff, and once you have the information, you can check with, you know, other hobby shops and stuff. I know it's a little sad to use Amazon and not buy from them, but I think they have enough money. I can't say I agree or disagree. I agree that a lot of hobby shops don't have the best websites. I've never used Train World, so I cannot comment on that. Kato Amtrak P42 set. Alright, that's on OVR, I assume? I thought it... Because I know... If it's the HO scale set, Dougler, I think Kato's retail price is $600 US, so converted to Canadian, I'm not surprised. Oh yeah, that's the HO starter sets, and Kato sells them for $600 US, so that price is not off the charts. Like, it's not OVR making a huge amount of money on it. It's Kato asking a lot for their starter set in HO scale. And so yeah, that's what it is. Hi, Indian Rail fan. 4 billion. Alright, so it's gonna be time to change the steamer to something else. Something I haven't ran in a little while, actually, since the last stream somehow, is the older seat. Karen, have you considered doing the original with any of your tracks to make the thing go faster? James, I did consider it, but I end up not doing it on the HO scale. Meanwhile, I did do it. Well, I bought some pre-made elevated curves in N scale, so there's that. No, since then. So, Dougler, you are not wrong. Bachmann has some much better prices in general starter sets. If you look at other websites, you'll find them. But recently, Bachmann also has went A-wires with the prices of locomotives. An N-scale locomotive, yes, it's DCC, but it's still just an N-scale. They're asking $500 for their loco. Completely ridiculous. You could, and I wouldn't say, Love Raven, nice. So, I'm not saying you shouldn't do it, I'm saying you could, I just didn't take the effort to do it. And my trains run pretty slow normally, so I guess that's on me. Just making sure I didn't miss anything in the chat. I feel like I did, but I can't find it. Nope, I'm good. Perfect. All right, let's get to switch some trains. So yeah, the older CN with the beautiful tank cars that I got from Mustache Mike the other week. I haven't ran them. Well, I haven't ran my HO scale since the last stream because I've been working on other stuff. So this this would make sense to run them now. Yep, it would absolutely make sense. And I will run them now. So, Indiana Rail fan, I do an N scale, but unfortunately not an HO scale, so we will have to wait for next week in HO scale to do that. Next week in N scale to do that. Alright, let's move some trains around. Well, stop some trains, actually. James, if you want to run Amtrak at high speed, you better do the Acela, because otherwise Amtrak is slow and always waiting for another train. I'm just kidding. I've never actually taken Amtrak. I'm sorry, Raven. I tried to run it for a while, but I just want to make sure everything has the time to run. And someone gave me some beautiful Procore cars that I want to run, so it's their turn. I mean, the streams are staying up, so if you want to watch them back, you can always do that later, later this week or even later tonight. Sit time. All right, Jason. Let's. I'm gonna change the train around, and then we might start thinking of getting you involved. All right, Kenton. Have a good one. Thank you for coming. All right, let's back up stuff. Oh wow, that is faster than most Amtraks. Alright, this is the problematic move. Alright, so Indiana Rail fan, I will not say I have a preference for either. I'm gonna look back into Raven's comments. I just wanna I missed that information. I don't want to miss it, so just let's just make sure we don't I don't miss it. I will scroll back to it, by the way. Thank you very much, Rail Pig. Pig Rail? No, Rail Pig. My bad. I'm still mad that YouTube doesn't display your regular name. It displays your username. Evening, Gorzaf. I will, again, Raven, I will look back, I'm sorry. Or either that or we will message about whatever you're talking about because I completely missed it. On Discord in the chat. But I really want to take the time to look into it because it seemed to have something going on, and I do care. I just missed that part, and I don't want to be disrespectful or miss it because I really want to care. Well, I do care, and I really want to know. Send the steamer. Aw, come on. Come on. What DCC HO have you not run? I will have to check that later. Just give me a second. The modern CP rail and the F7 CP rail. Those two for sure. I will have to look into the rest before answering. I forgot to hit the switch. Come on. Of course I had to forget that. And now it forgot a few cars. Again, more cars. What is this? I had the full train, I flipped, I missed the switch, and now I'm paying the consequences. There you go. Look, Daniel, yes. Dave, come get your gremlins. Alright, turnouts are set. Let's finally run the train. And then go through the chat as I'm supposed to do. Bye, Pig Rail. See you later if you come back later tonight. Otherwise, I'll be on every Saturday. So come back anytime. Alright, so now that this train is set, let's go through the chat as promised. So give me a second there. Let's go through the chat. So, I'm sorry, Raven, that your little one has sepsis. I honestly don't know what it is, but from what I'm getting in the chat, it's pretty serious, so I hope it gets resolved. Thoughts and prayers to you, obviously. I think everyone agrees on that. So, there's that. No worries, Eli. That's there. Okay. What DCCHO have you not run? Like I said, honestly, there's two CP rails, but I think after the modern CP rail that we will run very soon, we will be done with DCC and switch to DC. So there's that. Mustache Mike, come on. How you doing, well, I mean, Mustache Mike, that's a good thing. So, Eli, I do have the Digitrax Zephyr. There's 3 versions of it. I got the 52, like the 3rd version, the more recent one. I love it for the USB port, meaning that you can control your trains with a phone or a tablet for free. That's really nice. So yeah, there's that. Other than that, I've never tried the other ones, so I can't really speak good or bad about them. I really like mine, but it really depends. If you like a base station and if you have access to a computer, then I think it would be for you, but it's up to you. And it jumped. Alright, so good night. For at least another hour and a half, Douglas. So you have plenty of time if you have something else you didn't want to come back. The green one. Oh, and the DC stuff. Yes, we will be able to run green stuff afterwards. Yes. Well, Daniel, that is very hard. All right, so on that note, Digitrax for life. Jim, I'm Digitrax all the way. I prefer their decoders and their base stations. Now that this is out of the way, I want to check something. I'm gonna go through my cameras, see if everything works fine. Yep. Alright, and the yard. Oh! That is not a yard. That is nice, but that's not a yard. What is this? What is this, huh? That's a nice little scene, isn't it? Alright, so Jason, you have plenty of time to set yourself up if you have anything to do, but whenever you're ready, just say in the chat that you're ready, and you could join me on a call here. What is this? This is a surprise, Jim. Do you have both camera on? Let's see. Nope, the other one's off. Perfect. This is a very nice little setup that Jason has, and we will bring that to... Alright, no worries, take your time. Take your time, Jason. Like I said, I know I kind of surprised it, but I wanted to introduce everyone to your small layout, at least, with this beautiful angle that you provided. And I will bring that as part of this, since we won't be running the slot cars during the discussion. We will have his layout there, and he will check the game. I sent you a new link for Logitech. Perfect. I will do that right now. Thank you very much. Copy link. And fix the Logitech properties. Okay, this should work. Now let's go to this one and let's bring up front. There you go. Alright, so the quality is not the best, but that's because it hasn't buffered. But the frame rate is definitely higher on this one. So this looks really nice. I will just move myself here because his backdrop's too nice. I don't want to miss it. The Zephyr is only special guest time. Yes, it is. Colleen. Well, it is almost time. When he's ready, it will be time. So, I figured it was a good way to start a new guest, a new segment, a new way of doing. The streams are the streams. I don't know if I'll do guests every stream, but at least once in a while to have, you know, new discussions, new voices, new faces when they're comfortable. And I just figured and new layouts, because this looks incredibly nice, and that Fred looks super nice. So I figured you guys would be happy to see this. And hi, John Murphy. So I figured it would be a really nice way to introduce. I will actually try to fit more because the computer can take it now. Let's move this one up so I can fit this one in. Like so. And have this one on top, like so. There you go. There you go. So, now that we have... Actually, I can... So now that we have Jason's layout at the same time, whenever he's ready, I'll be able to have him join on the voice call. So that's going to be a fun thing to do. Hi, John Morphy. I didn't see you coming in. We're having a bunch tonight. We have a lot of viewers, and you know, having something new like this. Hi, ABC. So I'm excited to introduce the guest aspect. Let's see how it goes. I might end up doing different type of streams. I might end up doing different. I'm not sure how exactly I'm gonna go along with guests. I do want to have some streams with guests, but we'll see how this one goes. I'm confident that Jason's going to be a great sport and a great guest. Hi, Panuk. Thank you very much. So, for the few of you who just has joined, you may notice that some of the cameras here are very different than the rest. That's because it's Jay Fresno's layout. And he will be joining me as a co-host for the rest of the night for just to have discussions and stuff. So I will do a voice call and we'll see, and we'll make sure that everyone can hear properly. Alright. Hi Jason, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you a little low, but that might be part of the experience. No, it's on my side. It's just because I don't want a feedback loop, okay. But I still do want everyone to hear him. Can everyone in the chat hear him properly? That is a very important question. Or is he too low or too high? I can adjust this. So, if you don't mind speaking a bit, Jason, just to make sure people can hear.
Thank you, Mustache Mike. Everybody, the kind words.
Yes, you can hear it. I will still raise you up a little bit, loud and clear. Great. I will still raise you up just a little bit, just to make sure that it's perfect. So 115%. There you go. All right. So he sounds good, but don't know if he is high. I don't know about that answer. So everyone say hi to Jason. We might not see him right now, but we're seeing his beautiful layout. You've already received some compliments, which I very much agree with. Present yourself, present your layout, actually, if you don't mind.
Oh, thank you, Kevin. Thank you for having me here. Thank you, everybody, for the compliments on the layout. This layout is, as some of you may have seen, either on Kevin's Discord or in Dave's Facebook chat, this is my small layout. It started out as a gift for my now 18-year-old daughter when she was 7, I believe it was. She was getting really into the model trains and was at the time going with me to the model train club quite often and running trains at the train club. And I was like, well, you know, it would be nice to get her, you know, something that she could have in her bedroom that I could teach how to turn on and operate on her own. At the time, it was strictly DC, but it was actually picked up off of, I believe it was Craigslist at the time.
Okay.
This layout was originally built back in 1984. So, all of the track the trains are running on, which is why it looks like it probably needs some ballast, because it does.
I mean,
a lot has fallen off in the...
I don't want to make it feel old,
years?
But it's older than me, right? The layout is older than me, so you know.
Yeah.
There's that small part.
Well, my wife was born in 82.
Right.
You know, my wife was born in 82, and the layout's two years younger. So, yeah. So, all of the track that you see on the layout is what was on it when I got it, except for a few pieces that were replaced because they were separating from the rails,
Right.
so on and so forth. So, this and all of it is nailed down.
Okay.
The base is I believe it's 1/4-inch plywood.
It's looking
quarter
like
'cause it's
cork
thin.
from my angle, but it might just be ballasted, and I think it's cork. So don't quote me on that one. But it looks like cork.
Yeah, no, it has a cork road bed. Yeah, it has cork road bed with a black ballast applied over the top. I do have more of what was used as
Okay.
ballast, but I do not have enough to completely reballast it. So I think as part of the renovation that I've been doing to the layout, I might just put traditional color ballast in there, and just weather it up, dirty it up a little bit.
By traditional, do you mean the gray one that everybody uses except for me because my area's like the odd one out?
Yeah, because I mean it's what I see pretty much everywhere around here.
Yeah.
Except for example in yards and whatnot, and some of the spurs and like the locals, regionals, stuff like that.
Yep. And I think that's one thing that I'd like to point out to people, that ballast color is not a standard thing. It really depends on where you live, and like if a layout has a different ballast color, it might just be because it's representing somewhere else. Like I'm one of the few that puts brown ballast because my area has a lot of those. I've seen black ballast in certain places where there's a lot of coal and they're transporting coal, so it's just blacked out from the coal. There's
Yes.
multiple types of ballast. So while gray is great, just go with what you want. Like you putting gray the standard, because it's not that I don't like the reason why you're putting gray to me makes more sense, not because it's standard, but because that's what you have, right? That's what you're used to. So
Yeah.
to me, that's what makes sense. It's
Evening rouser.
evening, yes. So yeah, continue. Sorry, I know I took over the conversation. I just wanted to point that out.
It's your stream. I'm just a guest.
Yeah, but usually guests have the right of talking. Usually, right? So
You're good. But yeah, so I mean that I was thinking, I'll put the traditional gray down and probably, maybe add a little bit of ink to it, weather it
Yep.
up a little bit, just to kind of keep with the age of the layout.
yeah,
Even though, I've gone through and I've done a lot to what, how the layout looked when I got it. When I got it, literally there was a couple tufts of grass, a couple of armature trees
right.
that initially looked all right, but as time went on, and it went from being my daughter's to being my dad's to being put in storage and quite frankly being completely mistreated while being transported to storage. I was like, it's those are done. No, I was born in '76, actually, Josh Cannon. Hence why, if you look at my little logo, it says Fresno J 1976. Fresno J is
Right.
what my Discord handle is and what my name is on Twitch. I couldn't get that on YouTube, so instead it just became Fresno Jason. But, many call me Jason J Fresno.
Yeah.
It's all interchangeable as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, so that's when I decided, when I got the layout back from my dad, Rouser, this is N scale.
I think after
And
you're
the
done talking
layout-
about your N scale stuff here, I do think we need to talk about the fact that you modeled live Steam for a while.
Oh, yes. Yes.
I want to talk more about this layout first because it's a very nice and interesting layout. Plus, we can see it, so it's easier. But
Yes.
the live Steam stuff is definitely an interesting part of your life. Like I really enjoyed when you talked about it, and I think everyone will.
Yeah. Well, this one for those that are interested in the information on the layout, like I said, it was built back in '84. There's actually dates right over here on the corner, right in front of where the GoPro is, which is the one facing the factory for anyone interested.
The upper
literally,
one of the two on the stream.
Yes. And literally right below the center of the frame on that corner is the dates. It was the date started and date completed. Date started was '84. Date completed was in '85. And you can't quite see it. It's just out of frame. So it's a 2x4. It's 2 foot by 4 foot. But double lines around. It does have industry spurs. There are magnetic Cadian couplers on each of the spur tracks, so you can back up and they work just fine. And right there, in front of, and apparently the track got bumped and the boxcars are now fouling the street. Right behind where the roadway truck is, right there in front of the oh god, I can't remember the quarry. There's a depot right there. There's also another depot building a little further up. It's probably about, I don't know, about third the size, but there's lots of little interesting stuff going on here and there. I posted pictures here and there on Dave's Facebook group as well as on yours. There's still more work to be done. I'm hand making lights to go on the layout.
Yep.
And when I say lights, like street lights.
Yep.
I tried to hand make, scratch make trees. Yeah, that didn't work out well. I've scratch made telephone poles, which there's pictures here and there of that.
Nice one, Sir Fix-A-Lot.
And those are to replace ones that got busted off. Uh-oh, what did...
He said the layout is not old, it's experience.
For sure. Oh, well, yeah. I mean, yeah. That's for sure. This, honestly, what you're seeing right now with it running is probably the best this layout has been run since I've known this layout. Before I treated this layout kind of like a redheaded stepchild. Because it would, I put the work in to get it running, and then whoever would kind of neglect it, and it would, yes, it does, Mustache Mike. And then it would, fall into disrepair again, and have to go in and just thoroughly scrub the tracks to get it working again, and then think I'd have it all set up, and then the next thing I know, and then it's in storage, and I'm like, you know what? I said, I can't have my big layout here. This will give me something to practice on and hone my skills on. And so that's what I'm treating it as.
And to answer Rouser, he said, did you say your layout is completed? It was written completed by the original owner in the 80s. There's no such thing as a completed layout, truly.
Yes.
There's never such a thing.
No, they're
as
like
a Disneyland,
layout. Man. They're never done.
There's always something.
They're like Disneyland. They're never done. Yes, there's always something to do. And so, there's still much more to do to this one. Yeah, maintenance can be a lot of work.
Yes,
for sure.
You're correct,
James.
Yeah,
for sure.
But yeah, so.
And by the way, for anybody that's interested, the backdrop.
Oh yeah, this was a great deal.
This was. I can't remember the YouTube channel that I actually got the idea from, but it's on here. It's the one that has the coffee and trains. On YouTube.
Digital and DIY.
Yes.
Yes.
That rolled construction paper or blackboard paper. $6.50 for a 4 foot by 12 foot roll. You can't beat that.
Exactly.
It's blue. It's got clouds painted on it. You can't beat it. Have a good night, Eli.
Good night, Eli. Thank you for coming. So yeah. Yes, Colin, you're right. And I think giving a second life to a layout like this is even better because it's not wasted material. It's not wasted time. The original owner might have moved on, but it's still like a memory and a start from there, right? I think it's fun to see layouts that keeps on living like this. And I don't know for you, I almost call you Mustache Mike because I read his comment. I don't know for you, Jay, but there's often like starter layouts or base of a layout for free or for sale for cheap online, like on Facebook Marketplace and stuff. That can be a great deal if you're okay with reworking on certain things and having some issues that you're willing to work on. You can have great deals that way. You can save a lot of money if you're willing to put the time in.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I mean, this one right here, when I picked it up, I paid $50 for it.
Right, which
and
is a good price.
Some of the cars you see running or on the layout are some of the cars that originally came with it. I've got a whole box down here that is other box cars and gondolas and why? Sorry,
okay?
My wife just gave me a note. That's who's sitting next to me anyways. I'm fine. That's
okay.
The brunette that's sitting next to me over here.
Okay.
That you guys can see on the Logitech camera. That's my wife.
Okay.
So she just passed the note to me. She didn't want to interrupt, but yeah. So no, most definitely. I paid $50 for this. I actually got it was like 2 or 3 locomotives.
Yep.
Bunch of rolling stock, had MTLs on, microtrains couplers, which we know you're not a fan of.
No, okay, so I'm not a fan of, but they're great value. It's not my first choice, but there's nothing wrong with it. Let's put it that way. Like it's great. It's just not my first choice.
Yeah,
I would still pick those over a lot of other couplers, right? But yeah.
Yes. And so the fact that It's not a good thing. Let's put it that way. I'll deal with that later. But, and it's not me or my wife, so we'll just leave it at that. Yeah, it's. So I mean, it came with MTLs, came with rolling stock. All the buildings that you see
Yep.
here there on the layout, those are all original buildings that came with the layout when I got it. 9 years ago? 10 years ago?
Nice.
They're all the original buildings. If they were busted up, I glued them back together, put them back together. And in some cases I went through and added a little bit to them. You can't really see them on either of the cameras, but there's people added here and there that were not there. I actually... Daniel, that's me, Fresno Jay.
It's Fresno Jay.
Fresno Jason.
I need to add a sign somewhere to say who's talking with for the next guest appearance, even if it's you again, because it's fun to have you to have a note somewhere that it says that.
Yeah, and I mean, I've even got. It's one of the cool things that like my daughter loves.
Yep.
I've actually got a bicyclist.
Oh, really?
That is on their bike down the middle of not the middle, but off the side of the road.
Yep.
And it's just sitting there straight up and down, and she's like, "Wow, Dad," because I mean, he's a 1/4 inch tall, if that, and he's on a bicycle. Which 2 buildings? There's a lot of buildings.
I'm assuming
the one that's on the GoPro.
The 2 industries. I'm assuming the 2 industries that we see.
Okay.
Because those are the ones we see clear on the cameras on my side.
Yes.
So.
Yes. So the one that is behind where the SP is going by now, it's a Fuller kit. They label as just an industry. Or, no, it was a factory, wasn't it? It was factory. Faller kit that's labeled as a factory. I call it the brewery. That's what the story was passed on to me when I bought the layout. That is the brewery. and I actually do have a couple of beer boxcars that came with the layout when I got it.
Nice.
And then the one on the other end is like a rock quarry.
Okay.
Where they, fill up. I guess you could almost call it like it's a ballast facility.
Oh, nice.
Hence why all the piles kind of look like ballast. Or just a rockery, however you want to kind of look at it.
You could even just call it a transfer for rocks or something like that, right? It's
yeah.
But
well, this is one of the projects that I have pending, which is why I say it's not done. I have where is it? I have a GHQ Roadmaster Series N-scale D8H dozer.
Ooh.
That is, here, I'll walk up to one of the cameras. See which one can I put in front of and not hit a train.
Yeah, that's the challenge,
probably
right? That's the one thing with 2x4 layouts. The train comes around quick often.
Here, let's see. Wait for it to pop up on the camera.
Yeah, I see it right now.
See if it's going to focus it. I don't know if it's going to focus or not, but try not to hit the UP that's coming around the bend. My wife will kill me if I hit the train. But we have that I have yet to build. And it's all pewter. Nice. So it's going to be a lot of cutting and painting and mind-numbing construction.
Mustache Mike says it's a great kit,
that's the other part of. Yeah, and so this is another one of those things when when I got the layout back, I told myself, I said, you know what? I said I'm going to push myself with this one. I'm going to do stuff I've never done before. And like building telephone poles.
Right.
And the telephone poles are built out of cheap. I mean, they're cheap. Like, where's the bag? A bag of thin wooden dowels from Hobby Lobby that cost me, I think, $2.50.
Nice.
And I got two telephone poles per one of those, and then the top piece is, what was it? 60 by 60, or 0.06 by 0.06 inch styrene square.
Okay.
Which cost me $3 something.
And you probably can get a lot
for multiple sticks. For multiple sticks.
Yeah. For
a whole big old package of it. And then the support pieces are made out of 0.03 by 0.03 thickness sheet styrene, cut and painted. And then the insulators. This was the coolest find that somebody had suggested in one of the groups when I posted it, when I said I was looking for insulators and needing to make insulators. They suggested seed beads.
They're what? Sorry, I missed it.
Seed beads.
Really?
And so here, I'll again put one up in front of the camera and see if the camera will focus on this one, because this ought to be interesting. This is one of the telephone poles.
This looks really nice.
And so those little white pieces on top are the seed beads. And I got this huge, enormous tube of seed beads. It was like $5.
Exactly. So as Jim said, he said earlier that modeling doesn't have to cost a lot if you're looking for alternate stuff, and he said this is a great example of how to make modeling for cheap. The $3 pack of wood, a styrene, and the $2 packs for the wood, and the seed like this. It's really, if you're getting creative, it's a really good way to make it, go alternative routes and find cheap stuff that works great. So, no, it's a really good example.
Yeah, I mean, it I think all told, it's like maybe $15.
And you do a lot of polls with that. It's not just
one. I've made 14 so far.
Yeah.
Now, think about that versus like you go buy on Woodland Scenics that looks similar to that. you're getting 3. I think I was looking it up, and you get 3 with the lines between them for like $20-something.
Yeah. For Atlas, I've bought a set of 12 from Atlas without the lines, so they're not as detailed, but you can paint the plastic to make them look detailed. And I think it was $10 for 12. It's...
Yeah, see. And honestly, these look better than the Atlas.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Because that's what was on. I think it was either Atlas or Bachmann that was on here before.
Yeah, probably.
For wire, Jersey Bill, I plan on using black thread.
Things I've used before for the exact same thing. Black thread does just the job. Especially in N scale, it's small enough that you don't see the exact the fact that it's a thread.
Yeah. Exactly. So, that's what my idea was.
That's not a bad idea. Fishing wire.
I do have multiple strands of fishing line, or thicknesses of fishing line, because I fish too. So
I actually
when I have time.
I actually somehow don't have any fishing line here, so I will have to to use regular thread, like regular threads, or maybe nylon thread, like Jersey Bill is suggesting. I mean, it's fine. It's going to work great, but unfortunately, I somehow don't have fishing line.
Yeah. No, I mean, all good ideas. I just immediately thought, black thread. Why not? Yeah, 4-pound braided fishing line is tiny. Mike's right.
I need
enameled
to
motor.
I need to go
wire.
fishing.
Yeah.
At least once a summer. But the thing is, a lot of my friends have like multiple of everything they need to go fishing, so they just lend me if I ever go fishing, which I haven't in years. But the few times I've been in the last few years have been with my friends' stuff because they have it. It's not something I go by myself. So yeah. So
Rouser, yeah, that would work. Yeah. But yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. No, I was about to say, so other than that, anything more on your N-scale stuff, or do you want to jump into the live stream? Because your main layout, I don't know if you want to talk about your bigger layout, but if you want, you can. Otherwise, the live stream stuff is really good. Alright, good night, Kevin. Thank you for being here.
Yeah.
So, it's up to you what you want to talk about.
Yeah, have a good night, Kevin. The big layout, I figured I'd briefly touch on it because there's not a whole lot to talk about other than it's just the big layout. Yeah. I hadn't really, other than I've got a corner full of buildings and cars and you name it sitting over in the corner. That's where the bulldozer came from.
Right.
There's nothing's really been nailed down.
I just wanted to mention it because there's still, if you're on my Discord, which I will put a link in a few seconds for this, you do have pictures there, and they are, the few things I want to mention is the fact that you have a very wide curves, meaning your passenger trains look gorgeous and actually realistic on them. And you do have an over and under, but being N-scale in a big space, you can do a less steep grade that is more realistic and runs better for trains. So it's more I wanted to mention it because I thought it was a cool layout, but since it's far from done, just like my big N-scale layout, I think we're gonna gloss over it just like mine.
Yeah, no, just briefly cover it. Its overall size is, what is it? It's 12. It's 8 by. No. 8 by. Yeah, it's 8 by 12, and it's in like a horseshoe. The radius is minimum radius is 19-inch, max radius is 28 something, whichever the largest radius Kato Unitrack has. And my grades are all 2%.
Nice.
So I can run anything from, the Kato and Fox Valley and all that to, the most finicky of brass models. which originally was the whole reason I widened the curves when I redid the layout.
Which makes sense. I mean, brass models are gorgeous. Yeah. But are picky and
well, at the time I had a key MT1. Right. So, and that was the absolute pickiest locomotive I had. Ran like a Swiss watch, but just did not like Tyco. Anything 15, it would growl at you. Like, it was really upset.
And here I was happy that my new N-scale layout had a 13-inch radius minimum. Well, technically it's a 12-inch bank in one corner, but because there's an easement curve, I don't count it. But a flat curve, I thought it was cool that it was very wide at 13-inch. And you have a 19-inch minimum now.
Well, I mean, the original design on the layout, which in Kevin's Discord, you scroll around, I put up both designs. I put the original design and the revised design that it now has now. But the original curves were 13 3/4 minimum, and maximum was 15. And I thought, oh, this is broad. This is not a big deal. I can run anything I want. And then I bought the brass locomotive.
Right.
And realized, I was wrong.
So, just a second, Daniel, to answer your question, I could technically put them all full speed and they won't derail. I just am not one for speed, especially for freight stuff, because where I live, all the freight runs very slow, and I like the slow, smooth running, so I can put them full speed, but my layout is not a speeder layout. So,
I do have to say that was one. Go ahead.
Oh no, it's okay. I just got a new subscriber called Cow Person, so.
Yeah. That's why I said you go ahead. I was going to say welcome them to the channel, but yeah. That was one of the fun things that I did when I first redid the layout with the broader curves. Was I pulled out that apparently Holy Grail Shinkansen set that I have,
which is amazing, and is on your channel also.
Oh, I love that set. Yes, it is. It is on my YouTube channel that you guys can actually watch it go around the revised layout with the broader curves. It is ridiculous.
Give me a second. I will actually link it in the chat.
Okay.
You should be near.
And don't mind my bad habits. I have the same bad habit as Jim and Dave. I try to hide it as much as I can, but in a lot of the pictures you tend to see this stuff on my desk, just like Dave's.
Yeah. I mean, I think we all have those bad habits, so it's part of the mall railroader stuff. So, paste. So this is a link to...
when it comes to my wife...
So I posted the link to your channel, directly to your Shinkansen video, actually, but it is your channel, so let's see. Let's see if that works for people. But yeah, you can continue. Sorry about that.
Okay. But yeah, so it was a lot of fun. But anyway, bad habits. According to my wife, the vaping's a lot better, at least for her nose, than smelling like an ashtray. Plus, she actually wants to kiss me now. So, unfortunately, that also led to the 4-year-old running around. And our for those that don't know, our next oldest child's 18.
Well, so the live stream stuff.
Yeah. So, I don't know. Were you able to, if I put, I don't want to really go push in your system. I was going to show, because I have pictures and all kinds of stuff that's not, but I mean, again, there is pictures of things on or videos of live stream adventures many years past at this point. But we probably have to talk about live stream and other things. Just realized the live stream folder that's easily findable doesn't have much in it, apparently. I'll
So
have to fix that.
your channel has some videos, so I'm gonna link just your channel directly for the live stream videos. But oh, by the way, apparently, thank you, Surfix, a lot. I'm at apparently 605 subscribers now, which is insane. I've passed the 500 mark, so yes,
Nice.
that was a surprise. But I don't actually
and
check
you
the
got
subscriber
42
count.
people watching, so hey.
Yeah.
I mean, it might show more to you, but on my side, that's what it's.
But yeah.
So you're having a pretty successful night. But yeah, no, with the live stream stuff is, I mean, it's a lot of fun. You guys think, I don't like. I try to avoid the monetary end of it because it sounds very pompous and very arrogant, and I don't view it in that light. I view it as just I play with bigger treasures.
I mean, other than the priciness and the space it takes, because let's face it, not everyone, even if it wasn't a cost thing, right? Even if you could get them for $20 a pop, which we can't, but even if we did, the sheer amount of space it takes, like the size of the land it takes to have a proper live stream layout is, bigger than a 10 by 10 room. Let's put it that way. So,
oh, well, yeah. Well, yes, this is very true. For example, I started in the live stream hobby with a box cab that I built myself. A friend of mine was tossing up the idea about doing a line of box cabs that were, like entry level locomotives.
Yep.
And so he hit me up and he's like, "Hey, I know you're looking to get something to get into the hobby." He's like, "How would you like to be one of my like test builders to test, if I offered a you build kind of thing. I supply you the parts, you build it."
Yep.
Okay. Because he knew I did not have a machine shop. He knew I didn't know how to weld, but I had friends that did. Thank you, Jersey Bill, very much. And Sir Fix-a-Lot, thanks for throwing it out there. So, the whole point of the kit was easily buildable at home by people that, may have an understanding.
Yep.
And, basic tools like, a drill press, grinders, hand drills, so on and so forth. Just in line, what makes it live steam? Well, live steam is kind of the generic term for anything above G scale that you write on. It's more traditionally, I guess, kind of referred to as write-on scale. But a lot of us just call it live steam. Like, for example, my good friend that I tend to travel a lot with and go to various events with, both train and aviation, he owns a live steam engine. And when I say live steam, it's a 2.5 inch scale version of Rio Grande Southern 41.
Right.
Any of you that are familiar with Knott's Berry Farm in Anaheim, California, or the Durango and Silverton, or Colorado narrow gauge as a whole,
yep.
That is 2.5 inch scale on 7.5 inch gauge track.
Right. So also just
so his locomotive. Go ahead.
Just a side note, I just wanted to say welcome to Cowperson because he's in the chat now, and also you are correct. I also don't think that the GP15 that CPRL ever had one. I just got a really good deal from a friend and upgraded it to DCC. and I just really like the model. So it's close enough to the. There's a few GPs that they refresh a third time, so to me that's where it counts. Hi Newt, also a new person. Kate May, is that a new name as well? So yes, just,
I think so.
Just that. So yeah, that's just what I wanted to point out. Say thank you and welcome to the new people there.
Okay.
Yep. So yes, you can go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you everybody for the subs.
Yes, very much.
Yeah. Thank you everybody for the subs. And to answer Ward's question really quick.
Yep.
Yes, that is what Train Mountain is. Train Mountain is 7.5-inch gauge.
Okay.
Railroad. 2,200 acres. I think 37 actual miles of track now.
Wow.
So when you go for a ride, you go for a ride. Literally, pack a lunch, pack food, pack water, pack drinks. The tail car for my train is actually a 2.5-inch scale Jackson Sharp Combine. That is my wife and my 4-year-old's car, and in it is where we keep our cooler, and she still keeps demanding the cup holders to be installed. Because her and the baby like to have a place to put their drinks while they're riding. The Dougler. Yeah, I can. I keep peeking back and forth. I know it seems going. Yes, Ward. They do have an actual acre of land that is a giant G-scale layout, including with a giant wooden trestle and a steel trestle going across a pond.
The ride alone seems incredibly fun. This is one of those things that makes me wish I lived closer to these things, because I love where I live for multiple reasons, but being, more up north in Canada where there's very little population, well,
Well, you're up north and east, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm literally the opposite, so it's kind of far to get there, but and the population being low, we don't have all of these great things, but it's really something that I wish I could experience, and I do plan on traveling later in life, and these things would be places I will stop for sure.
So is live steam locomotive like running a live steam locomotive at a zoo? There are actual steam locomotives that are run at zoos, at amusement parks, at parks. Matter of fact, several of the clubs that I attend or that I visit are actually in public parks. But a lot of the zoos and stuff have kind of moved away from actual steam locomotives. They may look like a steam locomotive, but in a lot of cases they're not. They're actually like a gas hydraulic setup underneath what looks like, basically a steam engine facade.
Yep.
It's typically what we refer to as a steam outline.
Okay.
So it looks like steam on the outside, but on the inside it's either electric, mechanical, or gas hydraulic setup that runs the train. And they're pretty easy to tell. Either they're making no noise at all and have like an electronic chuff 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 like your Christmas train under your tree might have.
Right.
Or they have what is a very audible riding lawnmower sound to them.
Yeah.
When they
that's
should
a
go be
pretty
doing
obvious
chugga
diesel
chugga
one.
choo choo.
No.
So, but there are some parks, and the main reason for that is regulation.
Right.
Besides, the Kevin's is HO, Newt.
Yes.
But there is 2 windows with N scale as well.
Yes, that's right. The new people. I'm gonna actually go through the chat quickly, if you don't mind. Not through the chat, but through everything to
it.
explain what's happening, because there's some new people that just came in during the conversation. So to the newer people like Newt and Calperson, this is both my layout and the other voices, which is Fresno Jason's layout. He is a guest tonight. The two windows at the bottom left of the screens are Jason's small and scale layout, which looks really nice if you ask me. And the rest of the windows are parts of my HO scale layout, which is far from complete, but still something I'm proud of. And he's in the States and models mostly US stuff. I'm in Canada and obviously model most of Canadian stuff. And so yeah, that's the idea tonight, was to do something a little different. Instead of just me talking all along, I figured having new people talk in the chat, bring stories, experiences, or just showing their layouts tonight like this could be great. I am doing this on invitational base, just as in a guest that talks with us and show us his layout, because there's some preparation for the video feed and audio that I want to make sure it works before the stream. Doing it on stream is asking for more gremlins, which I don't want to have too many. But yeah, so that's where it is. And for Calperson talking about the GP15, they're Walter Strain lines, so you can't really go wrong with them. I love them. Every single one I've had have been incredibly reliable. Looks great. With just a few touch-up paints, you can make them look like they're worth twice as much. And this GP15 that you're looking at is super easy to convert to DCC. So I highly recommend them. Just as a heads up. Mick Thompson, hi guys, thanks for clarifying. I came in. I was confused. Sorry about that. Yeah. If anyone else gets confused or needs more explanation, just say it in the chat. We will stop and talk about it. I am, again, I'm trying this this thing of having guests. The first thing I realized is I need to write somewhere or have a post or a note in the screen that says welcome to the guest and say who it is, because it's confusing hearing two voices and only seeing one person, and that's on me. So note taken for the future ones. All right, so yeah, Jason, sorry to cut you off. I didn't mean to cut you off. I just wanted to clarify for the chat, because I figured we've been into the conversation and maybe people who came in after might have needed that. Oh, thank you.
Oh no, yeah.
Go for it.
Not a problem at all. Yeah, I mean, it's your stream. I'm just a guest, man. I keep saying that. I tell that to everybody that has me in their stream. Typically, if they start talking, I just hush and sit and wait. Because it's just.
I could put in the Jersey Bill. Yeah. He wants me to put in.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you can practice your ventriloquism.
Yeah, for sure. And Calperson, by the way, 2CP. There's nothing wrong with it, but I'm one of those that like to have different road numbers, and I think there's only one possible. So you could get one from a different road name. I think they made one for CXX and one for Norfolk Southern and one BNSF. Since railroads do borrow locomotives from one another, as a proof, I'm running a GO train with my CP rail train. You can always do that as well if you want more variety in your layout. You don't have to. If you prefer to have all the CP rail stuff, just get only CP rail. But it's really up to what you like. But I'm just letting you know that if you want multiple stuff, you are absolutely able to. So yeah. Anyways, so yeah, go. So yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Jason. I didn't want to cut you off again. I'm so bad at this. I really need to have a better.
Hey! Everybody. This is your first. Having a guest actually coming in and talking with you, and this is my my first train stream.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, I'm always in the chat causing havoc, but you know, hey, you stick to what you're good at. It does not show me on your YouTube. It might take a minute to register Sir Fix-a-Lot, because sometimes it'll do that. Now, somebody had, I think it was Sir Fix-a-Lot, asked about the video in the bottom left. The bottom left is also from my layout. It's just the opposite end from where the GoPro is, but they're two different cameras. So one's getting really high resolution but slow frame rate. The other one's getting really high frame rate with maybe not the best picture. So they seem like they might be a little out of sync at times. And you know, my pleasure, everybody, showing the layout off, or not showing the layout out, but you know, putting it out there for everybody to see. And
I just figured it would be different but nice, and like I said,
yes,
the live stream stuff. I mean, I think a lot of people seems to be interested in it, but at the same time, if you just want to, since you're a guest, I want you to have the freedom of picking what you want to do. If you want to keep talking more about like, I could ask you a question about the live stream stuff, or just let the chat talk, or if you want to just answer the chat, it's up to you. Like, I really want you to feel at home, and I know it's your first stream as a guest, or one of your first model train stream in general, where you're on this side of the camera. But you know, I still want you to feel comfortable, and if you do end up streaming at some point, it'll be a nice introduction for you, right? That's what I'm hoping to do here.
Sir Fix-a-Lot's asking, where are you streaming to? It does not show me on YouTube. So what we're doing is we're doing a little smoke and mirrors behind the scenes right now. I'm not actually on my channel. What I'm doing is I'm using a service, a free service. If you remember way back when Dave had popped his little HO loop, or excuse me, N-scale loop, in the bottom corner of Kevin's stream that one time, we're using the same service that Dave used then. And so, you know, I saw that, gave me the idea. I was like, oh, that'd be kind of cool. Maybe when I'm ready. And, you know, I mentioned it to Kevin, and he's like, yeah. And so I figured out the program earlier today, and it's super easy. I literally link the camera to the website. I send the URL to Kevin. Kevin puts it in as a browser source into OBS, and voila. He treats it as if it's one of his local cameras. So yeah, there might be a few second delay, but it's not bad enough.
So yeah, to me, I think it's been working great. I think the biggest challenge for anyone, if anyone else wants to do this, is to make sure that you hear, like, you as the host hears the guests, and that the the crowd, or not the crowd, but the viewers also hear the guests, both at acceptable levels, without feeding back with speakers and a microphone. Like, I'm one of those people who don't wear headphones during streams because I like the freedom of walking around, and I like the not busyness. When I'm alone, I can just mute my speakers completely and just have the stream go up and have the mic. Right now, since I need to hear Jason and I choose not to have headphones, I have speakers, but they're placed in front of the microphone and at the volume a little low. So it's a weird setup, but it's a setup. There's also StreamYard that allows you to do this, but it's not the same kind of setup, and we both need to feed to StreamYard from OBS. It's a completely different beast. Both can work great, just different setup. But I think I like this more, and as a host with guests. So people who will join me on invitation base, we will probably use this setup every time because it works. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it, they say.
Yeah, well, and I mean, it's a fairly low latency setup.
Yeah.
Okay, so you know it, and plus it doesn't cost anything. It's one of those you know freeware. You know, a guy developed it in conjunction with OBS, and apparently now it is actually branded as part of like the OBS family of products.
Really?
So, Yeah, when I went to it today, when I started looking at it, I'm like, oh, okay. But Newt's asking who builds the building on the bottom left. I believe that one is a Walters,
Okay.
a Walters product. I believe it's a kit. Let me see. I'll just do a quick. Oh, never mind. That ain't gonna be quick. I gotta go through the catalog.
Well, in the meantime, while you go through it, I'll just answer. So I did answer in the chat, but yeah, the Go locomotive, mine is an Atlas. But yes, Rapido has made quite a few, and will be making more of the Rapido stuff in both HO scale and N scale. But so far, I couldn't be happier with that Atlas engine. It's just as reliable and smooth as my CP rail, my Walters train line. I'm becoming more and more of a big advocate for these budget new stuff, like the base model Atlas, those used Athearn blue boxes, the Walters train line. They're so close to being like the higher end, but much cheaper. And because of that, because they're cheaper and simpler, they can run on 18-inch radius no problem. They still look great. They're tough. And like I said, like my GP15, mine isn't technically stock. I had a plow for the front that I added, so that's a separate piece. But the stairs, the handrails, and the exhaust, I'm the one who painted them, right? They're small details that made a huge difference in terms of looks. And Dave at Scott's Rails also has a few videos of how he does very similar things to them, just painting the handrails and the stairs, how much it improves the look of a loco. So I'd highly recommend looking into that if you get these locos, because it makes them look so much better for like a few cents, right? And a few minutes of working on them. It's totally worth it. I love that, and the Switch Tower, both Walters, so no O scale. I'm sorry about that. I wish I could. So if you had headphones, you look like Princess Leia. Thank you, Jersey Bill, I guess. So also, I cannot put anything for sports because I don't know enough about team sports. I'm all excited about the Red Bull not Rampage, it's Red Bull Hardline happening this weekend in Australia, but that's a mountain biking sport, so I don't know enough about the about team sports. So yeah, if you find the item in the catalog, Jason, just let me know.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it. I know
Take your time.
it's like a quarry or something like that.
But yeah, so
Because it's going to be, I think, I want to say it's still produced, but it's been around for quite some time.
oh, hi, Railforge Lab. I didn't see you coming in. So, I stream every Saturday night, sometimes HO scale, sometimes N scale. Right now, it's my HO scale, which is the cameras underneath and to my side. But the guest appearance, this is a first. It's Jason's first live stream, so everybody, I think he's been very well welcomed and very appreciated, but I just wanted to note that it's his very first live stream for model trains. He streamed before with Flight Sim, if you don't mind me telling, Jason, Jay, but yeah, it's his first model train stream. I do intend of having guests again. Jay for sure will come back at some point. I will talk to other people to have them as well. But I don't think I'll do that every weekend because there's preparation before, and it also changes a bit the style. It's a positive thing, but I like change. So, having guests sometimes, not having guests sometimes, I think is going to work great. So I cannot say that guests will be there every weekend, and I cannot say who it will be next because I don't know yet. But every Saturday night there's a live stream for trains and from me, and sometimes there are guests, sometimes it's just me. We'll see how life goes because it also depends on the availability of other people, right? You happen to be available tonight, but you have a family, other people have families, or we all, even sometimes I have stuff to do and I have to plan around, so it's all stuff that we have to think about. But so far it's been a good time, so. Alright, so what am I missing in the chat? Because
yes. It's been a lot of fun, and everybody's making, the comments about the headset. That's part of the reason why you don't see me, is that's exactly what I'm wearing. And
yeah, fair enough.
And I told Kevin part of the reason why I haven't streamed yet is I'm waiting to eventually put in an order for wireless microphone, much like you see Dave uses, as Dave is able to go around the layout and he can still talk and so forth. And I really like that flexibility. My headset is wireless, so technically I can still get up and walk around and do stuff. It's just sitting for a long time, with the headphones on. Maybe that's part of the reason why I haven't flight simmed in so long. I used to mention Kevin mentioned flight sim. I have in the past. I used to stream on Twitch, streaming flight sim. That's my other passion besides trains, is aviation. I used to stream on Twitch. Someday, I hit stop streaming when my 4-year-old was born.
Right.
This is my first kind of foray into getting back into streaming. This is a much more kind of laid back thing where it's not going to require me to be talking to ATC and trying to fly an aircraft and, oh crap, I've got to make a turn right now, but my daughter's screaming at me about how she wants more chips or wants her juice refilled or something like that. And it's going to cause me to, pile drive an airplane into the ground or something. So, but yeah, so, I've got a lot of hobbies. my wife laughs sometimes. I have too many hobbies. But sometimes my hobbies do allow me to travel. Like, for example, going to Train Mountain, which is up in Oregon. Yep. And which I was going to tell you too, up there at Train Mountain, we do have Canadians that come visit. It's every 3 years when they do the triennial. It's a big international event. We've got people that come from New Zealand, the UK, Australia, Canada, all over the place. Now, granted, they're not coming from the east side of Canada. Yeah. Which, actually, there might be some that are coming from the east side of Canada. I don't know. They're coming from all over the place.
Matter of fact, from New Zealand, east side of Canada is not that far away if we compare it, right?
Well, yeah. Well, one of the biggest locomotives we had this last year and last June at the Triennial was a 4664 Challenger in live steam, an 1.5-inch scale, that the guy ended up selling at the event.
Oh, really?
I didn't bother asking how much, but I heard it was some talk about a house.
Oh, man.
So I was like, it's one of those, if you got to ask how much, you probably can't afford it. So
yeah,
I tend to not ask how much the trains are, cost. I know how much, like, for example, my buddy Chris's RGS 41 costs, because I've looked into building one and went no. But you're talking about something that weighs 1,800 pounds.
Yeah.
Ready to run. Can pull the butt out of an elephant. The thing is awesome. And it is coal-fired. It can also be propane-fired. Okay. So when you run it, if he is running it on coal, you do have to know how to stoke a fire and rake a fire and manage water. Running the little stuff can be just as some say dangerous as running the full-size stuff.
Yeah, because there's still steam
which-
pressure, so yeah.
Well, there's something to be said for running around with an 1,800-pound, 500-degree bomb between your legs. You know.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. But yeah, so Raven, it's Jason, it's Fresno Jay.
Yes.
So, yeah, that's another thing that Jim says. The cost of these things, it's not just the item, it's transporting it. Like, you need a trailer to bring it, you need a truck to put it on, and there's a lot of other costs along, and the coal, you need to buy it. I know it's not the most expensive thing, but you still need to to find coal. You need to maintain it. Like I think you told me another time that the guy who ran the local had to maintain it or something, so people weren't as excited to run them.
Yeah. Well, that's the joke. Is it's like, you know, my buddy, his whole thing is that when you're at the throttle, you're responsible for lubing, you're responsible for dumping the ashes, you're responsible for keeping the water topped off, you know. So, you know, custom machine parts, Jim, exactly. You know, my buddy's locomotive was built over the course of, it was either 5 or 7 years, I think it was. And it was literally scratch built from plans. There were some castings for certain things. But that's why they're very, very picky about who gets to run it, you know, and the biggest way to, you know, earn your keep, so to speak, and get your turn at the throttle is to help do some of the maintenance, you know, at the end of the day when we're done or before, you know, they're getting ready to fire up in the morning the next day, you know, volunteer to go punch flutes.
Yep.
You know, volunteer to prep the locomotive to steam up, you know, such as, you know, greasing things, oiling things, stuff like that.
Also, Mustache Mike asked, I think the answer is yes, but I don't have experience. You do. Some of the steam engines could run oil, right? For the smaller ones?
Yes, the three main. Well, I can't say the three main types because I've seen wood burning light steam engines. So, but yes, the three ones that you'll see the most often are going to either be coal, propane, or oil fired. I have a friend that has a absolutely drop dead gorgeous GS4 in live steam, where the dynamos actually work. That's what powers the lights on the locomotive. You know, just amazing, and it burns diesel.
Right.
That, you know, that's when they say oil fired and live steam scale. Typically, the oil fired is going to either be kerosene or it's going to be diesel.
Okay. But yeah, so yeah, it was just interesting because I knew, like, I've seen online the coal ones. I actually haven't seen the oil fed, but I've seen an oil fed actual steam engine. Like, as a kid, my grandparents brought me to a heritage excursion steam train somewhere that was still like running, and they converted it to oil fed, but it's still, you know, it's still a steam engine. And but I figured they could do a model. I didn't know there was but there was wood burning, and also the other one you mentioned, the propane one. I didn't even think of propane, but it makes sense if you think about it.
Yeah, there's a lot of tracks here, specifically in the West, like California, because, you know, we don't have summer, we have our states on fire.
Right.
So there's a lot of clubs in California that have kind of shied away from coal.
Right.
So what they do is they have, you know, propane requirement, which is exactly what Train Mountain is. Train Mountain used to allow oil and coal-fired, as well as propane, but they had a few incidents from irresponsible operators that caused some fires. Didn't burn any, well, they burnt small areas down, but like little patches because it was caught. But the governing board and the property owners that actually do own property along the right-of-way of Train Mountain all voted to go to a propane only program because, propane typically won't shoot cinders and catch things on fire.
Yeah.
Unless the propane goes awry. And if that happens, well, you've got a bigger problem.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's, where the propane comes in as far as that goes. And who was it? Ward brought up a gentleman named Heiss.
I think
yes, so. Heiss has a channel here on YouTube.
Yep.
He's also one of the head guys at Studio 346, which is making Century of Steam. Mark is a great guy. I've met him in person a couple of times, hung out with him at Train Mountain. He actually came out here to a railroad just up the road from me for a Railfest event that they were having. And that's where I initially met Heiss for the first time.
Right.
And he's a great guy. Totally great guy. He actually runs the big stuff. He works at the Colorado Narrow Gauge Museum.
Okay.
And is an actual engineer on the full-size stuff. So, great dude. So, he's another awesome guy. Yeah, he just went to Amherst. He did a big old series of videos. The one he just released a couple more of them, I think, for the Reedley Railfest. Reedley is 30 minutes away from me.
Okay.
That's where I initially met him, and then he did a whole bunch of, I think he did, 3 or 4 videos when he was at Train Mountain? Because he was up at Train Mountain during the Triennial for like almost, I think, the entire event. So, but yeah. Anyhow, sorry.
No, it's okay. Oh yeah.
But another, individual in the real, what you call live Steam community, running the big boy toys.
When you say the big boy toys of the live Steam community, it's it's starting to get pretty big. Hi, Russ. So yeah, there it's 12:15 where I am. I was thinking of ending at 12:30. You are still welcome to stay until the end, by the way. I'm just letting you know that I'm figuring about 15 minutes left. What happened? No clue, Iceman. Welcome to the channel, but no clue, unfortunately. So yeah. This is I just wanted to let you know that there's 15 minutes left. It's unfortunate that a lot of people are coming in now, but it's just while it's early for you, it's getting late.
I can go ahead and go. Yeah. Oh, yes, true. Well, and then it's starting to get on the later side. That's why I was like, I'll go ahead and I'll go up, boys. I'll leave the trains running, and you can leave the cams up, and I'll go figure out what my wife probably wants to discuss.
Yeah, for sure. So thank you. By the way, thank you very much for being here. Thank you for being being my first one. So you've experienced the problems of streams with me, and my not super steady. Like, I'm very much with the flow for a lot of things for my YouTube channel and my streams. So like we didn't get into it on time and everything, but I just wanna say thank you for working with me being complicated, and for being here and for having your model on screen, because it looks really nice and it's different, right? It brings new image for everyone in the stream. So thank you very much for coming. If you have any other things to say, you're free to do so. Otherwise, I will wish you a good night, and we'll keep chatting on Discord, like text for. Well, we're friends, right? So we'll keep chatting.
Yeah, not a problem. I'll still be around on the stream chat. I'm just gonna go check in with the
for
CFO.
Sure. Well, have a great night. Say hi to the wife and to your daughter too, since she saw my trains and ran them with me last time. So have a.
Oh yes. Well, she's run in and out of the couple times tonight. So
Alright,
she was having a good time seeing all your trains tonight. Thank you for having me, and thank you everybody for the kind words and the subs, and it'll help get things kind of going on my side, and
yeah.
I'll finish getting the last few things I need to hopefully, start streaming as well. So,
Well, thank you.
you guys
and, have a good one. And for the rest of the chat,
Yes.
I will be still on for the next 15 minutes. Well, we might change the train. I did promise a Burlington Northern to someone, and there's only 15 minutes left, so I will be on that right now to run it. But we will enjoy the last few minutes all together, and hope that everyone enjoyed the stream. So give me a second. I will get off screen to change it to DC and put a Burlington Northern loco on. Oh no, he asked for the green. I think he meant the NB Southern. I will run the NB Southern, but yeah. So let's just close. Also, while I fix this, I will close my camera. I wanted to say, again, thank you for Jason. And also the, I wanted to say something about the layout. Oh yeah, cow person, or, I say cow person because that's what I see, but not pig rails. I've seen his channel. I just seen his channel. Anyways, cow person. I've never seen the South African loco that you mentioned, but it sounds very impressive, by the way. All right, so let's. So Kevin, advice needed. HO, and I want HO because I can get the SD67. Well, there's a third option is having both Dougler, and when I say that, I don't mean like taking more space. You can do force perspective and have both set up on the same track. Oh, don't worry, Russ. It was Fresno Jason in the chat. It's I call him Jay. He likes Jay, but it's Fresno Jason. So yeah, you could do both. You could both track on your layout. Otherwise, I mean, if you really love certain pieces of railroad or certain pieces of rolling stock and you can't get them, no matter how much you can do, you will be disappointed not to have the models you want. And I'm not saying they'll never be made, but we don't know if they'll be made. So, if you really want these specific pieces of rolling stock, I'd say go HO and work around them. I know I love N-Scale very much, but if you have a preference for something, go with that preference over going with just something else. Alright, so let's switch to DC as promised earlier. We have 9 minutes left, and I might extend a bit more to run the... I will do that after the stream, cow person. Again, I saw your... I'm mad at my memory. I was so proud. I remember it was Jeff, but now I forget cow person's YouTube channel name, and I've seen it, so I should have remembered. My memory's just not the best, I guess. Requested this one, and also I'll change the other one. Alright. I don't think it'll pull the whole train up the hill for the M-scale stuff. For the outer loop, but I'll try. In the meantime, I'll put... Oh, yes, Ward, that is on purpose, especially since I'm I'm working on my stuff right now. It's nice to have his stuff. I'll leave it on until the end for sure. He's been such a good help. What is wrong with you? Okay, so I will have to take the NB Southern apart another night. Alright Josh, thank you for coming. The front truck is not moving freely like it should. Something's in the way, so unfortunately we will have to put a Burlington Northern train on for the inner loop. Matthew, if you see a NB Southern caboose there, let me know. I'll pay the shipping. You know I'd love to have one. Right, I will do that. I'll bring back the DCC just to bring down the CP rail stuff in its respective parking spot. Honestly, I'm not holding my breath for the NBA Ace at this point. I really wanted it, but it's been pushed back so many times at this point that I'm thinking it's gonna get cancelled. Honestly, Matthew, I just don't think it's gonna happen. At least I found the Jeep, the GP unit that I did, because otherwise I wouldn't have any. Oh, right, I need to put it on DC mode. Alright. I'm gonna put V-rail for the other loop. Why did you stop? Alright, so that's flipped. That's flipped. Let me go look at that quickly. Also, by the way, I know it's tall, but that's because the track's dirty. That, oh, I did a mess up. The thing, Matthew, I did see that caboose. So the story about that caboose is that guy who was selling in Ontario is trying to make money off of people. I saw it too late on eBay after it was sold for $65 or $66. He got it to Ontario and now he's asking $150 for it. I saw it, I wanted it, but not at that price. So that's that really bothered me that the caboose was $66 on eBay and was sold before I had a chance, and now the person's asking $150 for it. What? Oh, they just took it. Oh, thank you guys, thank you. The Via Rail decided to lose its cargo. Shoot, thank you. Thank you for Sir Fix-a-Lot, by the way. One sold for 170 on eBay? Okay, that might be the one then. That might be a different one then. So it is officially 1:30. I will last another 5 minutes. Hi Eugene. I just want an extra 5 minutes to enjoy these trains a bit more because they've had issues when they're supposed to be running, but we will enjoy that a bit more. And wow, as soon as the 12:30 hit, the camera started glitching, so I guess we'll have to stop very soon. We'll give these trains 2 laps and then probably stop. That sounds actually really nice, Jason. But I saw a lot of your RC planes as well. Those are nice. Yeah, I think I will say goodnight to all. I wish I'd stay longer, but the camera started glitching, and I think they're just tired at this point, so... I hope everyone enjoyed the stream. I want to thank again my guests for coming, Jason, and for his stream of his layout. I think it was a great surprise and a great addition to the layout. to the stream. Oh wow, they're really sparking all over the place. So have a great night, everyone. It was fun having you all here. I recommend you guys to go watch the replay after if you missed anything. Matthew, I'm not sure, honestly. Maybe custom painted. But yeah, so yeah, have a great night, everyone, and see you next Saturday on the next live stream.